Okay, hello everyone and happy Saturday. So we're just going to be waiting a couple more minutes just for people to be able to come in and settle down. But how are people doing? So I have taken a bit of time outside of the stream to actually go through and have a look at some stuff for Crusader Kings 3. So I have a test game running which we are going to be having a little preview of in a short while, which is going to show the culture groups that I have had a play around with, as there has been a couple of, well, basically I started off as a Viking just south of Brittany and created a hybrid Norse-Britannian culture, which we can go and have a look at and just see what things I was able to look at. I'm not going to be able to create another culture for 50 years from that, but hopefully by that time I will have been able to expand my reach further and actually have other options of cultures that I can bring into the new Britannia Norse one. I cannot actually remember what I called it, so I think I was intending to call it something, but I completely forgot to rename it, and so it just ended up with the general one that was created by the game. And also I've created a new format for the streams, so my head is no longer going to be blocking half of the royal court decisions and everything, and we'll be able to see the date and time. So the design on it is to be finalized, so it's not like, it may change in the future, it's not set in stone. There may be a few additions and alterations for it, but we will see how it goes for today at the very least. So still got a couple of, well, I say a couple of minutes, we've got about 1 minute left. So let's just get things settled in and we can have a look at that culture. So I'll actually go in and load that game and just get that set up while we are waiting. There we go. I am in the game and I will let people have a look at that in a moment. So just out of interest, anyone obviously got any interesting plans outside of this stream for today? Let me know. Anyone got any exciting upcoming events that they're happy to share in the chat? Feel free to put that forward. And as always, anyone who's watching, you don't have to pop into chat. It is absolutely fine for you to just sit back, get cozy, and just listen to the stream. So here we go. Okay, there we are. So this is the Brythono-Norse culture, which has been created, obviously, as we can see here, from the Norse and Breton culture. So I was planning on actually calling this the Breto-Norse rather than the Brythono-Norse culture. But what I took from the Bretonic culture was chanson de guerre, storytellers, and dexterous fishermen. So that gives us coastal advantage and plus supply capacity for this culture, which, considering that both the Bretonic and Norse cultures are quite seafaring and related to the sea. I thought that was quite fun. I dropped the Northern Stories one for just a more general storytellers. So Guardians are more effective, and we have from the Norse types we have Coastal Warriors, so we can still keep our special people, and Performative Honor, which gives us Shield Maidens. So we've gone to the Brythonic cultural heritage, we've kept the Norse language. Aesthetics is for both, so we could also reform this so we can actually change what we want if we necessarily wanted to. Hi there, Jazzy, how are you doing today? I'm just talking people through an example of a melting pot culture that I created outside of the stream, so just showing people what some of the potential options are, just in case we're not able to do it ourselves this stream. Yes, if we want to, we can actually change it, and we can actually pick up, if we had an absolute ton of prestige, we could, if we so wanted to, pick up some other options. So we cannot pick up Agrarian, not present in any country with farmland or floodplains. Okay, so some of these are specifically held to different options. So anyway, let's go back to where we were. Last played 4 days ago. That is not... Oh, wait, there we go, up here. Okay, phew. For you, I had a slight panic attack there. Yes, Jazzy, it's like 7:30 in the morning or something where you are. So I hope you had a good night's sleep, and you've been able to get up, have your breakfast, have coffee, whatever you tend to have as your morning habits. 8:42, okay, so not as bad as I was thinking. I tend to sleep in an awful lot on the weekends, so being up at like 7:30 is just absolutely a horrifying idea for me. Yeah, I'm doing fine. As you can see, I've got a new setup. So we have actually some space dedicated, like specifically for the chat. We've got some space dedicated for myself, and I am no longer blocking things for the stream. So as we last left off, we were in a bit of debt, and we have ideas towards seeing if we can actually get some English territory. And I was also saying last stream that we do seem to be having an awful lot of hybrid cultures being set up, and I'm just waiting for that to honestly be nerfed in an upcoming patch, just simply because so many cultures are created, but then again it could be what the developers are wanting, so we'll just have to wait and see. Hey Ray! Yeah, I'm doing well. Got up about 3-ish hours ago because my cat was running around and yowling the place down, so he didn't let me sleep in for too long. But yeah, I've been able to settle in, do my usual Saturday morning routine, and then get set up for the stream. How have you been doing yourself, Ray? Because I know quite a lot for like you as well as Jazzy, it's fairly early in the morning, so time to have gotten up, gotten breakfast, slightly settled in, and then popped in to the stream. So one thing that I did actually want to look at was our innovations. So we do have a yep, so that Casus Belli is our current cultural fascination, and we have exposure to onagers, I believe. No one's actually corrected me on that, so I'm going to just say it is onagers. So in about 44 years, we should be able to start taking on individual de jure counties. So even if we don't actually get the Petty Kingdom of Cornwall, we can potentially start kind of trying to hack away at it and then move into Mercia quite possibly extend our reach down and then do a two-pronged attack against Wessex. Fingers crossed on that anyway. And unfortunately, yeah, we are in a fair bit of debt. So expenses to court positions. Let's actually have a look to see if there's anyone we could probably get rid of that is causing us quite a lot, or making us spend quite a lot of money. So cupbearer or Becco, I think I will revoke that. Okay, so certain that my son-in-law is scheming against my other son-in-law. So this is interesting. So this is the one married to our fourth daughter, I think it was. And then this one is married to... Oh yes, I forgot that we had like 8 children. I forgot about that. Okay, I forgot about how many children we had. Okay. Yes, I'll just say let the traitor be known to all, and we'll kind of let other people manage that. So we are gaining 0.1 gold a month now. And we'll go for living off the land there. So what is this? Ah, yes. Okay, so we could imprison this person, which I think, yes, we will do. And then can we ransom you for 10 gold? Well, I will take it because our economy is absolutely rubbish at the moment. Okay, so some of our military forces are deserting, so we can say apprehend them, which is a martial challenge. 84% chance that we catch the deserters, but a 15% chance that the deserters escape and we gain the trait wounded. Or we could let them go, but we will gain 44 stress, both because we are callous and vengeful. So we'll try and apprehend them. And I did actually find that a few people were asking about the traits and plotting against your children. So I did find out that is the sadistic trait, which also gives you an additional option when that random event of the map making occurs. Hello, JCW, showing some support from the VIP group. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Hope you, settle in, and hope you enjoy the stream. Thank you for popping in and shooting me a message. So the deserters. So after a short scuffle, the deserting soldiers are apprehended. So my lord, the knight who basically was in charge of the group of deserters, saying they're only children, they want to go home. So price for betrayal must be paid. Execute them all. So gain 36 dread, gain 1 martial lifestyle perk, but we do get overworked soldiers because obviously, let me just hover over that. There are fewer soldiers that we can actually manage to use, so everyone is pulling extra responsibilities. 22 stress because we are vengeful. We can tell them to scrub the latrines as punishment, so 20% chance that it does nothing for their morale. Or we can do a diplomacy challenge, telling about story about... Oh, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you very much. So we could tell a story about discipline and honour. Honestly, I think we'll be going for the option that doesn't give us additional stress. Just because we are a tiny bit dangerous on that. Okay, after months down in the filth, the deserters fall back in line the first chance they get. Good. So we got an extra military point from all of that, so we'll put that one into envelopment. Then our next 2 will be onto sappers and strategist. So this is a pretty quiet start to the stream. Hello, Parsin. How are you doing? Are you feeling any better today? How are things going for you? And yes, a much more appropriate stream time for you, Parsin. Okay, someone is plotting to kill my son-in-law. Surely we know because we just saw that this was our other son-in-law was plotting something. Oh dear. Yes, this is all getting a little bit chaotic. And actually, speaking of chaotic, let me just have a look down here. Oh, so we have a Catholic Norse character has taken a bite out of the north of France. France itself and Aquitaine have split apart. Probably because... So you owned Aquitaine. Okay, so this has been... France has been through quite the ringer from the looks of it. Because the last time the actual Kingdom of East Francia existed was way back with this character. Died in 840. Okay, that looks interesting. Pass in. I'm feeling better. Fever and pain has gone away. That is brilliant. That is really good to hear. Yes. Yeah, and as Ray said, how's everyone today? I hope everyone's obviously having a nice, fun, relaxing Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon where you are. And yeah, I'll pass in. I'm absolutely fine myself. Didn't get as much of a lay-in as I was hoping for today, as my cat was dashing around and meowing his little head off. So that woke me up a bit early. But trying to obviously avoid him learning to do that to get us up and out of bed. So laid around until he was quiet and then got up. So who is this person? Our sister-in-law is trying to seduce us. And obviously this is the spouse of our half-brother. I don't think we necessarily want to do this. We're not lustful at all. Neither is she, so I don't quite know why this is happening, but we don't really want to give our half-brother any more reason to absolutely despise us. So I will just say nope. Nope. We will ignore that, pretend it never ever happened. And are there any methods for us to reduce stress? Unfortunately not, because the only option we really have is to visit the market and buy a few trinkets, and we don't have the gold for it. So what can we do? So new charge of the dynasty. Unfortunately, one good trait and one bad trait. Slightly disappointing on that. So unfortunately, yes, we are kind of slightly stuck. We can't really do anything for that because our men-at-arms are not going to reinforce if we are... Yeah, this is a bit of a tough situation. We are in debt and I can't really think of anything that we can do. We do have a dangerous faction, so a faction to install our brother onto the Welsh throne. The military power is 160% and can send an ultimatum in 6 months. So this may be a little bit of an issue. So we may have to go for the option to be a bit vengeful. And our court jester. Oh no, seems I'm falling over again. My jester exclaims with a comical tone, audibly face-planting on the floor. It's like, all of this, not a scratch on his body. So we lose 18 stress. Or we can, and just be amused at it. Or we could say, it's no fun if there's no blood. Do it again, harder. I.e. actually deliberately injure yourself. Oh dear. Okay, no, I think we will just enjoy the foolishness of it. So what can we do to potentially... One, obviously get some money, and two, obviously cower people into disliking us. And any suggestions from any Crusader Kings 3 people in the chat is appreciated. Else we may just honestly wait for... Okay, you... No, I don't want the earldom. I want the petty kingdom. Oh, okay, something pinged up with a... Can imprison criminals. Oh, okay, you are excommunicated. That is interesting. Failed to treat kin. I don't think. He does have 130 gold, though. And you have 157. So... Okay, I was honestly, yep, half expecting that. But it does mean that potentially... Let's just raise all of our troops. That should be more than enough. And walk them into here. And there we go. So, rally the troops. And we will call our allies into war. We should be able to deal with the uprising or the war against the tyranny without any problems. The one for the claim on the Welsh throne will be a little bit more tricky to deal with. So we'll call our allies in for that one. Get our troops. There we go. And there we go. So they may take a while to get here, because I think they are... Let me just remember where that is. Okay, so they are the north of Scotland. So they should be around at a reasonable amount. And you are in Bavaria, so it may take you a while to get here. But we should be able to grab you. Okay, and siege down the capital province. Okay, and things are admittedly going a bit fast, so I'm gonna turn the speed down a little bit. So, suppers, there we go. That should give us a slight more advantage. Let's just have a look. No genetic traits for you, so we won't worry about that. And let's see. So there is a small army there, there's a small army there. So yeah, there are quite a few little ones dotted around. We want to be a bit careful of this one, because they may be better than us. Let's actually see. Our commander is ourselves, which is potentially a bit dangerous. So unfortunately, yeah, our other one, I think he is probably on... No, not on that war. On this one? No. Okay, so I don't quite know what army he is obviously commanding, but we are putting ourselves out there, a little bit risky, but we have plenty of children, so it's not too much of a worry about what is happening. And here we go, we've got some people reinforcing. So there we go. And this means we should have, when these troops join us, we should have enough to go against the 11... 11? What? Why did I say 11? The counter-claim on our territory. Ooh, my own daughter is scheming against my wife. That is interesting. Yep, let the traitor be known to all. There we go. So we have all of these armies. Okay, cancelled that. And let's just head over here and hopefully everyone will join along with us. Yep, it looks like they are. Back to lurking, Jazzy. That is no problem. Yeah. No problem at all. There we go. We have gotten a much more powerful force against them. Unfortunately, the light horsemen that we have are being countered by our opponent's pikemen. The light footmen are on our side, are neutral. Light footmen on their side are countering our armoured footmen, but they're also being countered by our bowmen. And then obviously our pikemen fighting in favourable terrain, and bowmen fighting in favourable terrain and countering opponents' light footmen. But all things said, honestly, Crusader Kings 2, Crusader Kings 3, bigger army wins 98% of the time. So our daughter and ward went or go out hunting, so we can say greatness awaits you, so she keeps ambitious. Or we can tell her that this was a test and she gets paranoid instead. So she is going for a stewardship focus, so yes, ambitious will benefit her a lot more. Even if it does obviously mean that she is, needless to say, going to be ambitious in terms of what she owns and what she actually has. Because laws for female inheritance are practically nil in the current day and age which we are playing in. So we're back up to 0% war score, which is good. After a slight inconvenience, we are back to the top. And we should be able to siege this place down with no problem. Though unfortunately, apparently we are getting raided by some Vikings, of course. Okay, that siege has been won. And let's go for the capital. Yes, this is always why it pays to have at least some alliances around if you can so help it. The fact that we have, as I was saying earlier, 8 children does benefit us in that we have a lot of children we can marry off, because the odds of them ever becoming in the line of succession is pretty minimal. A mental break imposter. Okay, so we could say maybe a new cloak will make us feel better. Unfortunately, that will lose us 75 gold, and as we can see, we are losing 5 gold a month. So we'll say I'm just as good as the rest for the moment, and hope we can find ourselves in a situation where we, are able to reduce our stress levels at least a little bit. Because unfortunately, we did lose our cat last stream, who was giving us a tiny bit of stress reduction. So we're not that, we unfortunately don't really have the options for us. Okay, we've occupied that at 32% war score. And we've captured Duke's daughter, so we can, let's see, she does not count for the war score, so we'll probably be able to ransom her after the war is ended. And another son, or grandson I should say, so just a standard hail rate. That is fine. We are probably going to have to look at... Ooh, okay, our court position has died. That is not necessarily a good thing. We don't have anyone who's got a good aptitude for that, so we are going to have to wait and find one and just keep our fingers crossed that we're not going to have too many problems in terms of an illness in the court before we can hire someone. Because one of the changes that was obviously done with the royal court was that people now have aptitudes for things like being court physician, so it can sometimes be better to actually wait and get someone who's half decent than it can be to put someone in who is of a poor level without necessarily, well, it's probably better to have a poorer person. Ooh, court level is too high. That's the first time I've actually seen that. Hey, in our latest correspondence, my brother, this is the brother we're at war with. I don't know why he is sending me books. Okay, you know what? Okay, no, we're not necessarily at war with him. It's more some other people are wanting to try and put him on the throne instead of us. And even though it's saying that obviously the court level is too high, we are still making our way through it at an okay pace. And we've got a peasant rabble. Oh, we actually got 31 gold from holding that one. So we're no longer as in debt. Well, yes. Ooh. Did you just honestly die of old age? Yep, okay. That is absolutely fine. We probably don't need a court jester position immediately. We can wait until someone else tries to make a fool of themselves. Okay, court grandeur at level 0. We'll worry about that when we finish this war. So let's just get that siege done, and we've got one tiny little place left. Is the bishopric here, and then we have this area up here. Oh, okay, we've got a... Oh, okay, so they took control of our capital, and that has... rather unfortunately... Yeah, so we're like losing artifacts and everything now. And we are down to only just 6% of the war score. Okay, and that was basically, we got a letter from someone saying that one of our vassals was plotting against us, so we confronted them. And then we got told, it's like, how could you ever think such a thing of me? And we just said, it's like, oh, it was a... not a test, but yes, so I want to award you for it. So we've reduced their vassal taxes, which honestly I think they weren't even really paying us that much. Oh, and one of our daughters has just had 2 children. So a granddaughter with Hale and a grandson with Robust. And I'm actually surprised. So that is 6 children that she's had, but neither her nor her husband are landed, and I thought characters could only have up to 2 children if they weren't landed, but never mind, that's more family members, that's more prestige. And one moment, I will zoom out and avoid all of those sounds and screams of the sieging. So yeah, we can see here, so quite a lot of these dynasties, we only have historical evidence of the person who was like leading it or ruling. So we basically tend to have just one long line, maybe a couple of offshoots, and then you can kind of tell when the game actually starts because we have all the information and details of the characters. So this is us here. And we can see all of our children across here. A couple of them are imprisoned because obviously of the war and sieges that are going on. We can see all of the grandchildren that have been born. So this is the brother that someone is trying to put on the throne, his children and a grandchild. Prince Kaderth, who has created his own house dynasty branch. And then again, once more, sibling, and sibling. Oh wait, is it that Merfun or that Merfun? They're trying to put, okay, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea which one it is, but I'm not quite sure it 100% matters to us. We now control that one. We have... okay, that will be about even. So we will go here, though that is mountainous territory. So if they try and come in and attack us, we will actually have the terrain advantage being in hills. And they're moving off anyway. Going to siege a different territory. And unfortunately, because of a raid, someone or a couple of our children, including our daughter who has just come of age, have been taken prisoner. That is still just the earldom. Are you not actually? Okay, that isn't the capital. This is admittedly one thing that I'm not fond of in Crusader Kings 3, is that it's nice to have all of the buildings and territories actually shown on the map, but when it comes to sieging, I do sometimes get a bit confused as to which is the major one. Yes, even when they have the flags on there. Oh, okay. So we've had one of the Vikings actually force our daughter to be a concubine, which is unfortunate. Oh dear. Oh dear. So yes, we could declare war on him to try and get our daughter back, but depending on how strong he actually is. Okay, similar to us, at least for the moment. And how is that siege doing? Almost done. There we go. So we now occupy that. Then we can go back into our capital and unsiege our capital building. And hopefully we'll actually be able to get a bit more war score forward. That's the hope anyway. So one thing about or de-sieging territory is that it is always faster to do so. Okay, so the chances are even, because obviously as we can see here, so we're 5 years in debt, which obviously means that we have a bit of a disadvantage. We're kind of keeping our soldiers around with the promise that we're going to be able to pay them. And so yeah. And someone's planning to kill our son-in-law. I have heard some disturbing news. Your actions prove you do not follow the path of God. I have no choice but to excommunicate. Oh no. That could be very bad. So Catholic opinion -20, and it gives people the option to at least try to imprison us. So if it's going to be anything like Crusader Kings 3, we can have the option to lift the excommunication, but it will cost us a decent amount of money. And there we go. We have won that. So which one of these is the capital territory? I can't quite tell. It may actually be 2 tiny little ones. So pretty much if we siege these 2 down, we should be near enough 100%. And we may need to obviously swoop back around to siege our capital building. And let's just see how we do here for now. Okay, there we go, 100%. So here we go. So the contested title remains with you. All rebelling vassals are imprisoned, so it's going to be these 2. Hostages taken by all war participants will be released. So Duke on Arthfail leaves the faction, cannot join one for 10 years. We imprison him. We imprison Prince Tudwell. Gain 36 dread, and Tudwell leaves the faction, cannot join another faction for 10 years. There we go. My expressive son and heir, Pedro, has been released from his imprisonment. He is 13 years old. And let me just see. Okay, yep. So we can start educating him. We can disband our armies. And we need to refill our council. So we do have a couple of powerful vassals who want to be on in various places. So actually our brother as our spy master would actually make a good marshal. So we'll reassign him. Who would make the best chancellor? I suppose technically Fred would be an okay one, and she is a powerful vassal. Our steward, Prince Merthun, would actually be better off as a spy master, even if he is -100% with us, simply because that is a better stat level. And Prince Kadeth? Yeah, I apologise. I don't really know Welsh pronunciation. So I have been looking up guides and assistance for it. Oh. I completely missed that he wasn't actually the best one. Okay, actually, so you are better off as a steward. And then in terms of actual spy master skill... yes, unfortunately, not really anyone. Okay, let's put our daughter in and just hope against hope she doesn't get any ideas. So let's go for managed domain with our spouse. We can get a couple of people betrothed. Yep, we will do that. Yep, that is all fine. We have a new lifestyle perk. Let's do strategist. And I am actually tempted to go for... instead of completing that last military one, I am so tempted to go for the intimidation focus. If pass in, I guess our chance to be killed by our own council is pretty high. Yes. Yes, unfortunately it is. So if we actually look in our court, so we essentially need a good court position, because obviously if we get ill, we go to them for treatment, and they can easily offer us some herbs that will kind of do the opposite of curing us from our illness. Food taster, so there is always the option that this person can be invited into a plot, taste the food and say it is absolutely fine, then sneak in some poison before it's given to us. Similar with the cupbearer. And the bodyguards can also be bribed to look the other way. So we need to obviously have and make sure that we get some good people in the court. Unfortunately, pretty much everyone hates us. There are a couple of people who are terrified because of our dread levels, but not enough to really do anything. So anyway, 47 gold, cannot afford the full 100. 450, 410, 425. Okay, well, we'll ransom these 3. Okay, and we will show you in at once to take the knee and pledge your loyalty to me. Okay, and we will ransom you as well. And okay. So who is your heir? So minus 48. So I am tempted, admittedly. And I have just noticed that little option, the second option that we have. I'll just let people see that themselves. So I'll click on it. And then, well, yeah, so are we? One moment, let me have a look. Okay, so no, we are a murderer, we're a kinslayer, we are profligate, and we are excommunicated, but we are not a cannibal. So I'm not 100% sure why we're being given the option to actually eat him. But apparently... So we can execute him without being viewed as a tyrant. We will gain 24 dread. Our current dread is at 99.2. We will spend 100 piety to actually execute him. And if we actually do choose to devour him, we will lose 36 stress, which wouldn't, unfortunately, take us down a level. I think I may let him kind of lounge around in there for a bit. So what is... Oh dear, okay. So my courtier... Elenion has insisted on seeing me. We should all try to do our best to maintain appearances in your absence, but a Welsh court cannot function with the king without the king in attendance. Okay, I guess it's time for us to have a look at our royal court. Okay, so Foremost Knight, a healthy rivalry between two of our knights. So we can say may the best knight win, or may my best knight win, rather. So gain 10 court grandeur, as like whoever loses is killed. We can say to give them training blades, but we will gain 44 stress because we are callous. We can humble both of them, potentially trying to defeat them ourselves, or we can just yell at them and say you're on the same side. So let's say I will humble both of you, and this actually gets us the new duel option as well. So I'll give people a moment to read this while I just take a quick drink. So I did actually put a bot notification timer to remember to stay hydrated, but it doesn't look like it's been working. But nevertheless. Okay, so we can say, have at thee, just die. So this gives us a medium increase to our likelihood of success, but a high increase to our risk of injury. We can say, be good, scum. High increase to likelihood of success, but a very high increase to our risk of injury. So we can choose to mock him, which doesn't increase our likelihood of success, doesn't increase our risk of injury, does lose us 6 stress, and belly will gain 17 stress. So let's honestly just say that one, because we do want options to reduce our stress. So if we wait and patiently hope that the knight makes a mistake, low increased chance of success, medium increased risk of injury. So attack cautiously but firmly, medium increase to both options, or we can go for the option to lose a bit of stress again. So try to intimidate him, no increase to success, low increase to risk of injury, lose 6 stress, and let's just have a look at this. Dual handicap rank 2. This character has accrued a certain amount of dual edge malice. So what is this? So as characters duel, they may be afflicted with temporary disadvantage, often due to their opponent severely hurting or intimidating them. This decreases their prowess for the duration of the current bout, but is regained immediately after. The opposite is the dual edge bonus. Okay, so such as by leveraging terrain or special traits. Okay, that is interesting to know. So once again, we will go for that option. Oh dear, nope. Oh dear, commanding the rabble and commanding highball soldiers prove to be depressingly separate skills. So we can say we yield and we gain the trait wounded, or we can say you'll rule the day. So we lose a single combat due to his dual success score. We grow closer to forming a rivalry, but we do lose 36 stress. Let's do that one. And we also have over here, yes, the latrine issue again. So we can say that we will ensure the problem gets fixed as soon as possible. We'll lose 50 gold, lose 6 stress. Say our steward can handle this, or just say plug a hole in the floor. So let's say, oh good, that was like a 43% chance, so essentially a coin flip. So instead of 50 gold, we paid 15. If we had the option, if we had failed that, we would have paid 75 gold instead. Oh, and apparently we are at death's doorstep. But we do also have Convergent Blood, so we can unlock that one, which reinforces the chances of like good congenital traits being passed down. So let me just have a look, because we have 2 sons. One who has the attractive trait but is also unfortunately homosexual, and one who is heterosexual, doesn't really have anything special of note. So who will be getting one? Pedir. Okay, so basically our first son will be getting everything except this terrain, which I believe should absolutely be fine. But yes, unfortunately we are at death's door because we have been wounded from that duel. So we may not actually be around that much longer. And unfortunately, yes. So let's just unpause and see what honestly happens. So we can ransom you for 18 gold and imprison people. So you were scheming against me. If we fail to imprison her, she will leave. So unfortunately we won't succeed in that, so she will just disappear. We are in line to inherit titles, fourth in line. Children like guardians. Honestly, let's just put ourselves up there for now because we may be dying in a hot minute anyway. Okay. And powerful vassal expects a council position. Who is that? And is there anyone that we can change around? Yeah, unfortunately not. Well, okay, that is not going to go the way I had necessarily hoped. So let's just do that, and... Okay, so, ooh. You've been trying to get someone murdered. Granddaughter has been released without us needing to pay a ransom. And honestly, what can we do? So it honestly may be an idea of us dying, because being a profligate, we are like not getting that amount of money that we should be. You have turned 16, 3-star education, that is not bad. And we've got an alliance with you, so whereabouts are you? Bavaria again. And there we go. King Anawald of Wales' soul has finally been cast to hell. At 59 years of age, he died from his wounds. Though known to be an exceptional strategist, he spent many of his days examining fields and drilling his troops. King Pedir ascends to the throne. Merely 13 years old, he will need to rely on the council during his first rules of life. So once again, as we can see here, we lost one title on succession to our brother. And looking at our dynasty lineage, so we had King Rotary, who died at the age of 69 and ruled for 23 years. Then we had King Anawald, who died at the age of 59 and ruled for 20 years. So this is something that could be very interesting. So our first king just completely died of old age. So born 1st of January. Yep, so we had this character ascend to the throne at 39 years. Yeah, 39 years of age. And obviously notable things: founded the house, was the cultural head, distinguished, dutiful, martial lifestyle, and fought in 2 wars. Was here cultural head, dreaded, distinguished, sinner, was on the intrigue lifestyle focus when he died, and fought in 4 wars, 1 offensive and 3 defensive. As for us, we are established and we are dutiful. So we will keep things paused for the moment because I see that dreadful -4 gold a month. So let's stop reinforcing the troops, because that is taking up a massive amount of money. Okay, what else is going to be costing us money? So obviously all the unraised men-at-arms. So it may actually be better. So what do we have? So that is 1.2, 1.2. Okay, no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. So unraised maintenance, 0.4, 0.4, 0.3, 0.35, and 0.3. So let me just see if I can consolidate something. So these counter spearmen, those counter skirmishers, heavy infantry, archers, heavy cavalry. So we do have light cavalry at the moment. Okay, yeah, I'm going to unfortunately destroy a couple of our men-at-arms regiments, and that puts us just... And I will decrease you. So unraised maintenance 0.2, so we are making a slight amount of money now. Unfortunately, that is reducing our military power, so it is all a balancing game. So 23, yep. Skill, you'll be fine as the Chancellor. Marshal, let's put you in... Actually, no, because 20 to 14 is better than 16 to 9. Actually, we'll put you there, and our Marshal... And we will have to get rid of our half-sister in place of our uncle. So unfortunately, yes. So some of these people, it actually looks like, at least for the moment, it may need to update. No, it's not actually giving... Oh wait, there we go. Opinion of predecessor at the bottom there. So some people are not liking us because obviously our father was a bit of a dreadful tyrant, let me just say. So our court grandeur is below expectations. So people expect us to be level 1 and we are level 0. Our court grandeur... So we're losing 0.2 prestige a month, which is... Well, basically what else can we really manage? Because we don't really have anything at the moment. So we can ransom you for 16 gold. Let's see if we can actually imprison you. Court position, negotiate an alliance. Let's do that. Low county control and declare wars, but we can't really do anything at the moment. And yep, I thought so. He has escaped. Our nephew has been released from prison. And what really can we do? Because unfortunately, we don't have the piety to ask our head for any money. There's no real options here. Okay, so if we were to try and take away some of these territories, it would be classed as tyranny. What are our traits? Paranoid, calm, and impatient. Curious, we will leave. We will be automatically removed when we turn 16 and get our education trait. So yes, what can we do? Did we actually get our artifacts back? By the way. Okay, yes we did, thankfully. No, actually no, we didn't. So one of our banners has basically been stolen, unfortunately. That is a disappointment to see. Oh, and we do actually have a task. So foul bedfellows. 2 courtiers who share lodging squabbling. He's an insatiable swine the way he hogs the blanket. Another night this week has passed where he hasn't wet the bed. Grant us better lodgings, so shall ask the servants to find you new bunkmates. These quarters do not benefit a king's court, so we will change that to middling lodgings, but it will put us into debt. Or we can just honestly say, yeah, so we'll just find you new bunkmates because we can't really afford anything. Let's actually have a look at our vassals. So basically, who is going to be paying us something, who is not. Modify. So yes, you are basically paying me nothing. Yeah, essentially you're not going to be paying me anything. Let's have a look at you. Modify contract. Okay, so you are giving us 0.5. That is nice to see. I don't think you gain any more from us. So we could say low and get a bit more gold from you. Yep, that is not going to be viewed as tyrannical, so we will do that. Let's have a look here. You give us 0.1 gold. Because obviously the option between how many feudal levels we get between normal is 41 and then 16. So actually having a bit more money where we can reinforce our actual ones would be better. But that is not really giving us much in terms of extra money, so we will ignore that one. Let's have a look at you. So feudal taxes, you're paying 0.1. Nope, no real increase. You are not even paying us anything, so that won't change. Our brother is probably actually not going to, yeah, not paying anything to us either. And our last one, a mayor. Okay, and we cannot adjust his contract because he doesn't own a high enough title, but that has meant that just because of this, our ruler here, we are actually getting a bit more money, and that also probably showcases a benefit to making sure that people who are given territory who have a decently high stewardship are actually able to provide a bit more money. Okay, and we have the rise of the Normans. So the Norse settlers have melded their culture with French. So they have created the Norman culture. And speaking of, actually, we are almost there with onagers. And unfortunately 23 years for Casus Belli before we can even start to think about picking off territories. Oh, a Knights Templar has been established. Yeah, so we basically need some kind of Casus Belli on basically everyone to do so. Yeah. So unfortunately being able to get the Kingdom of Wales was pretty easy. No, we just need to curse them because we do not have the money. Okay, you two can get married, that is fine. And allied with someone in Sutherland. Dangerous faction, who is that? Okay, someone else to install. Okay, and a random courtier born to... Okay, so this is our grand niece. Okay, let's actually see if we can find someone for you who is hopefully not that related. So if it is our family, we don't need it to necessarily be matrilineal. Yep, let's try that. I know there's a risk of them being or producing an inbred child, but it's worth the risk to bump that trait up. And speaking of, I think our brother is, yep, betrothed to someone who has the intelligent trait, so unfortunately he didn't pick up anything himself, but we should be able to hopefully breed a few things in. So only 12% chance on that. Let's wait a bit. So yes. I don't think we have anyone appropriate we can learn a language from, so that option is a bit null and void for us at the moment. So once again, I think this is going to be a bit of a waiting game just to get our money up. So yes, you can see what I was saying about hybrid cultures. They are kind of popping up all over the place. And actually, let me have a look. So our Archbishop. So yes, you do have the option. Yes. So you could get a claim on the duchy, which is fine. And my niece is getting on my nerves. So I can say I will teach her a lesson. We gain 74 stress because we are calm. Or we can say the next time we meet, that would be nice, which we lose 11 stress. So yes, you can actually get a critical level of stress as a child. You obviously don't have quite as many options to relieve stress as an adult. I think one of the two that I tend to see quite often is the spendthrift trait and the isolationist one. Obviously some of the other options like go and visit a brothel or go and get drunk are a little inappropriate, I will just say. I will just say that. So Philip. Okay, anyone appropriate? Nope, not at all. So he honestly may just be someone, well, I can't even really say married off for alliances because that is our grandnephew. Very, very much, okay, and another war. Okay, so how many troops do we have? Let me just put it down to the lowest speed. Oh, not that many. Oh dear. Whoops. So not that many. So 700, yeah. We do not have artifact claim war. What? Artifact hang on a minute. What are you doing? Right, so we've got two separate wars going on at the same time. That is not going to be good. Well, we'll go for this one because if the artifact gets stolen, so we want to be focusing on the, yes, this lion one. So will we actually intersect there? Nope, but we will intersect here. And we will probably win. Probably. Game. Thank you. So you can chill out with the music a little bit. Thank you. And put it back up to normal speed. Okay, so you will join the war. Thank you. Unfortunately, the artifact war is going the enemy. Oh no, no, they stopped a siege. Nope, they're coming in. Yeah, nope, they're moving up again. Nope, they're moving back. The AI cannot figure out what it wants to do. There we go, we have a victory there. Plus 15%. And we obviously want to make sure... so which territory is it that we actually want our... so this is... lordship of this one. Okay, so we can just go here and hopefully siege this down. Oh no, Okay, we may have to lose this artifact war. And here we go, coming of age. I have achieved an understanding of diplomacy that far exceeds that of any of my peers. So this means we have indeed a 4-star education. So we are Grey Eminence. So I haven't actually explained the education traits that much. They are pretty much the same as Crusader Kings 2, if people were familiar with it. So it goes from a 1-star or level 1 education to all the way to level 4. Level 1 is basically you've been educated in it, but you basically have barely grasped the basics. Level 2 is you have working knowledge of it, but nothing decent. Level 3 is pretty good, and level 4 is brilliant. As we can see here, level 4 has given him in +8 in diplomacy. And of course we are both 16, so now we can get married. They are related, so there is a small chance of inbreeding. However, I think she is from a completely different line. Let me just see. Oh wait, no, this is actually our niece. So let me just see. So we are here. And she is, okay, here. So our half, okay, so, okay, she is our niece. She is our half niece. We had different grandmothers. But anyway, she has too good a trait to really pass it up. So we are married. We need to choose our lifestyle, which is obviously going to be diplomacy. We will go for the family focus to get a bit more fertility up. And we also have a couple of empty councillor positions again. Let's go for you. And Spymaster, you actually vaguely like us and are vaguely competent. So do we still have the option for a concubine? Yes, we do. So we could potentially make our Spymaster like us more. I say like us more, it's actually gone to -8. Serving as concubine but believes in monogamous faith. Oh dear. Whoops. So we may have just handed her a bit of extra power against us. Okay, so wedding celebration, so we can either gather a bunch of money or we can gather a bunch of prestige. Let's go for money. Ooh, okay, what? Ah, haha! I was just about to say, what happened there? Where did we get all those extra soldiers from? But even though this is the war for the artifact claim, our ally came in and helped us. Oh dear, so my steward has been injured, nothing that can be done. Yes, we don't have... Yes. Okay, we won that. I was not expecting that. Oh, okay. We'll ransom you. You now own 100 gold. Okay, so we've already called you in for that war. We won't call you in for the other one. And let's just have a look. Okay, so you do expect to be... Let's reassign you, and then let's assign the vassal that we just let out of prison into the marshal slot. Yes, sometimes sorting out your council is pretty much a juggling act of going, it's like, yes, like, okay, I know you were in this position, I'll put you in this one instead. Okay, so we could buy an Egyptian sword, so we will pay basically the 75 gold that we just gained from the wedding, but we will gain 74 stress because we're paranoid. Essentially, we are not believing that this is genuine, or we could just say, what tripe out with you, which I think we will do. So while we've got some sieges and everything going on, I probably will be just muting my microphone and just having a bit of lunch while this goes through, because honestly there is probably not too much to really narrate. So yes, I will leave you with the slightly muted sounds of sieging and everything, just so it doesn't get overwhelming. And yeah, so I'll just be grabbing a few things to eat and just keeping an eye on the stream. And our concubine is pregnant. That is another nice thing to see. So yeah. Okay, what do I do now? We just won the siege because we took, I presume, simply because, no, just because we occupy the whole holdings. Let's enforce demands for that one. And then we can come into here and start sieging this one down. And hopefully we can actually win this war. Well, that was an interesting couple of minutes. Okay, so someone might join the artifact claim war as an enemy / against us. Our concubine gave birth to a son who is sickly, so they may, yeah, he may not be around for too long. And of course, because he's been named after us, he may have a, well, leader Peter. Hello, on top. Good morning, or afternoon, I suppose, for you. Yeah, it is just coming up to 3 p.m. where I am. So, yes, good morning to you. How has your day been so far? I hope you've had a good opportunity to obviously have a good night or a good night's sleep. Get up, stretch, have breakfast, wake up, have your nice cup of tea. What did you have today? I know you also said you had a delivery difficulty, like something you ordered wasn't available or some such. Oh, so my queen is pregnant. She has been acting strange and I cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. So I can confront her directly. An intrigue challenge, 92% to discover the truth. Or just say, I must be the father surely, but we will gain 111 stress because we are both impatient and paranoid. Let's look into this discreetly and see what happens. Okay, suspicions laid to rest. Despite every effort, I have found no indication that she has been unfaithful. Unfortunately, she has found out about my suspicions and is very disappointed in me. Oh dear. So she's lost 25 opinion of us, and that negative will be around for 5 years. So we have a new archbishop, and you do not have... Okay, so... Fabricate claim on county will be stopped because unfortunately he is not of a high enough skill to actually get a claim on the duchy. But honestly, we have so many internal wars going on at the moment that is probably just more beneficial for us to focus on these for the time being. Okay, and this is our niece and also sister-in-law because we have got some weird marriages going on. On top, yeah, woke up early doing chores all morning. I like cleaning. Leftovers for breakfast. Groceries that weren't available were delivered yesterday. Got my tea. Very happy this morning. Yes, that is good to hear. Very, very good to hear that you got your tea delivered. So, what kind of teas are you partial to? I apologise if this has been discussed in one of the streams that I was in, but some of them I am just lurking in and I do have a few other tasks to do. So I apologise if you've kind of said that before, but... Hey, so 50 gold for him potentially. Concubine declare wars, so we've got 2 people who are expecting to be on the council. And let's just see, so our steward no longer considers himself powerful. Unfortunately, he is probably actually the best one that we've got. Same with our spy master. So our brother has just turned 16 and he considers himself powerful. But yeah, no. Sorry, buddy. Not gonna happen. At least not for now, anyway. And yeah, I will have to confess that, despite being British, I do not drink tea at all on top. So take from that what you will. Salus, hello, thank you for stopping in and chatting. I don't know why one of your chat rules, no ism, reminds me of Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising. I'm just going to have to take you at your word on that because that is not a character I'm familiar with. We have discovered onagers. We can actually get siege weapons now. Yay! So that will actually start helping us. Not quite sure if other cultures. Let me actually just have a look at the Anglo-Saxons. Yeah, they already know onagers. Okay. Cornish do not, so we could potentially have a chance against them. The Irish do not. The Cumbrians are trying to discover it. The Gaelic, Pictish, Norse don't Yes, I will have to just take you at your word for that, Sailors. But yeah, thank you for popping in and chatting. On top, don't mind talking about tea. I like everything. Kind of boring, just like a nice English breakfast or Earl Grey, oat milk and honey. Vanilla chai lattes are wonderful, but I don't have the patience to make it myself. Yeah, I can understand that. Honestly, yeah. I don't drink tea. So yeah, one of the British stereotypes I'm unfortunately defying. Don't drink coffee. I'm not really a fan of hot chocolate either, because, well, I have to make it very specifically so it's not too hot, because unfortunately I tend to have the issue where, like, it's too hot, so it takes a while to cool down for me to be comfortable drinking it, and by the time I get halfway through drinking it, it's too cold to drink. So yeah, I have to kind of do like 2/3 hot water, 1/3 cold to get it to a temperature that I like. On top, do they threaten to take away your citizenship for that, for not drinking tea? Thankfully no, because that and the fact that I don't either drink coffee either is majorly heretical. Honestly, when I stop in at a coffee shop, my go-to drink tends to be like one of those blended fruit tea things where I think they have green tea in it, but it is obviously at such a low concentration and it's kind of covered up by all the fruit flavours. That is the only thing I really tend to drink. Silas, no tea heresy. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we only keep tea and coffee in this household for guests, and, well, needless to say, we haven't really had many of those in the past couple of years. So I don't think this happened in our last stream. I was talking about it. So this is one of our vassals has come in to pledge their loyalty to us. So as she stands, she stumbles awkwardly. The cult gasps in unison as she falls, ending sprawled at my feet, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So we can either say your oaths are all that matter to me, so while she spends a bit of prestige, everything is fine, or we can say what a shambles, in which case she spends double the amount of prestige and loses 10 opinion of us. So we are calm, so we will just say that your oaths are all that matters to me. And we're back up to level 1 court grandeur. And let me actually just pop in and see for that. Okay, so our baseline is 7, and we need to get up to 10 in order to really kind of... So can we afford to bump that up a little? I think we can. So we now have, along with modest food, we have small lodgings. So we've gone from basically a bunkhouse to basically people being allowed to have their own, if albeit small, rooms when they come to visit us. So we've done that, and hopefully, ooh, level of splendor. That is nice to see. So we are now reputable. So we are probably one of those small little dynastic families you occasionally hear about. And we can hold court. So let's see what we have. So gesture for the first person in line to approach. So my cool concubine takes a turn bending my ear. Give me the honour of pouring your refreshments and ensuring their soundness. I will not let you down. Okay, so this is basically our concubine has come forward to say that she wants to be officially given the role of cupbearer. So she is of a slightly positive opinion of us. And yes, of course, because she's Anglo-Saxon, I can actually have my children actually learn Anglic and help with that, though our son is still sickly, so we may have to consider that. Basically, we're just going to have to keep an eye on our son and heir and just see what happens. So we can say that she has the job, I can't remember how much cupbearer is. So we can appoint her as our court tutor. How much learning does she have? Only 5. She could become our court jester, or we could just say you are unsuited to such a post. Yes, we will give her the court position of cupbearer. And Jazzy says, "Yay for tea!" Okay, so a commotion arises from the back of my court. A man rushes up to your throne, halting before you but offering no deference. One look in his eyes tells me all I am needed. One look in his eyes tells me all I needed to know. This man is not mentally sound. Monster, you sent us to die. Why do you go unpunished? From this man's ranting, I have discerned that he had somehow been involved in one of my wars, which is probably why he is so distressed. So, because we have a specific option available because of our personality, I will say that I do tend to somewhat roleplay this, and if we have an option that is available to us because of personality, because of status or some such, I am more than likely to take it than not. So we can say give him the death he wants. We can enter into single combat. If we win, oh wow, this is potentially complex. If we win, so this person, Arthur, is killed by us, we gain 350 prestige, we lose 44 stress, and we gain the trait Aspiring Blade Master. However, if we lose, he will kill us. So he has 14 prowess. And let's have a look at ours. We are 6 versus 6 martial and 11 martial. Have him executed or throw him out. Oh dear. So, do we want to risk dueling him under the knowledge that we have a son who is 1 year old and sickly, but we do also have a brother who could take up the throne? Jazzy, waiting for my vanilla chai tea, checked the shipping and it said end of March, 6 weeks. Oof, that is a long time to wait for it, yes. Oof. Do you actually have any still left in your house, or was this meant to be a new delivery to help you resupply? Thank you for following, sailors. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. And yeah, hope you like this enough to keep hanging around. Thank you very much. And yes, I also echo what Odd Tom said. Jazzy, I absolutely love your little emotes. They are gorgeous. I need to probably start thinking about what emotes I'm going to get. I've got one planned so far, which is just a little emoji of my fluffy kitty cat, which there are some public photos on my Twitter if people are curious as to what he looks like. So I was thinking about that one potentially being the first emoji that I have. And or I could obviously go for the more traditional stuff. So I could go for like a hi, a love, a thanks, an awesome one, but I will probably be trying to design them myself at the very least, because I am at least trying to be a bit of an artist, so I'll be trying to put my skills to work on that. Jazzy, I had a blast shopping for stream stuff. Oh, so was the emojis that you've done commissioned? Then you went to someone and asked them to do it for you? But anyway, back to the stream, so I will duel him. So we can say maybe if I'll wait, he'll trip on his axe, but unfortunately that gives us a bit of stress. So medium increase to likelihood of success, but high increase to risk of injury. Let's take him to the floor. Okay, so we can try and enrage him. So it will increase our chance of success, but also will majorly increase our risk of injury. So we can try and provoke him. No increase to success, medium to risk of injury. Or we can do a diplomatic check. So no increase to likelihood of success, medium increase to risk of injury. let's try that. Okay, we don't want to do that one. Medium and medium. No and no. And he gains a bit of stress. Let's try that one. Oh dear. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Okay, I think this description has a little bit of a bug in it. Like, King Peter ascends to the throne, having mastered many skills, apparently at the age of 1. He is sure to be admired by his subjects. Well, that was a very, very short reign of 4 years. And there we go. You know what's a good way to earn a reputation? Killing someone famous. Yes, we died. We died dueling someone. We should have honestly just had him executed. Oh, I had no idea this was in the game. Oh. So this was another thing that was in Crusader Kings 2, introduced by the Reaper's Due DLC. If not actually introduced, it was refined in there. But the dancing plague is actually something that genuinely happened in history. So a peasant man is brought before me, and no matter what the guards do, he will not stop dancing, trailing blood from mangled feet. I cannot cease, my lord. None of us can, not until we collapse. Please help us. So my archbishop insists it's a curse sent by Saint John the Baptist to punish the peasants. There we go. There is the remember to stay hydrated thing. Okay. Right, okay, so that looks like it actually only gets ticked off if there is actually some conversation going. But I will take my own advice and take a bit of a drink. Sailors. Oh, I remember this, the dancing disease. Yeah. So there are some thoughts and theories as to it. And I think the prevailing one at the moment is that it's ergotism. So an infection or a disease that affects rye plants and can create like psychotropic effects, I think it is. So it is also potentially a disease that has been suggested to be at least partially responsible for the witch hunts, like the Salem witch hunts, but obviously symptoms are a bit different, so there's a bit of debate about it. But yeah, as it says here, basically they are dancing until they die, quite literally. So we could say dancing sounds delightful, so they will gain dancing plague for 10 years, or we can say pray for deliverance. I will do that one. And I think because of the fact that we actually kind of died in the middle of holding court, it has glitched out a little bit. So yes, we are supposed to be on the throne, but we are... Oh no, that's our cousin, random courtier. So this is all like random people. Sailors, due to a belief that music would treat the mania, his tactics sometimes backfired by encouraging more to join in. Yes, I can imagine so. It's like, imagine just a group of people in your town gathered around and dancing, and then someone starts up some music, and you, not being affected by the dancing plague, go, "Oh, that looks fun, I'll go and join in." Okay. So my father has been killed in a courtroom duel. Tragically, Peter's killer, willing the consequences of his actions, or perhaps succumbing to the sickness of his mind and soul, did not outlive King Peter of Wales by much. Before anyone could stop them, Arthur took up his blade and plunged it into their own heart. As I sit on my late father's throne, beholding the room where it happened, I wonder about the vicissitudes of fate have brought such a calamity, and the hidden cost of war which continues to reap its toll on my land and people. So I may remind you people, the person that we are playing as is 1 year old. A very, very eloquent 1 year old to consider, think about all these options. So anyway, no immediate effects. And honestly, I am just waiting for something to happen. Okay, I was about to say I'm just waiting for something to happen. And our uncle to be our heir. So my cousin has given birth to a son. So despite them being half uncle and half niece, our half brother here has actually come out with the robust trait, and we ourselves have calmly, so we can have a look. So there is someone there we can reinforce the trait with. I think we will indeed do. And also we'll get our brother betrothed to someone. Yeah, let's see if we can get the first rank of the genius trait in to the immediate family. And there was apparently an accidental alliance with Prince Ethelred, Alfred's son of Wessex, so we won't actually be able to go to war against Wessex. Oops. Whoops. But how is our war doing? Okay, so fort level is a bit high. We need to reconfigure the council again. So who is the best option? You are a slightly better chancellor than you would be as a marshal. You are a better marshal. And you would be a terrible spy master, but an okay steward. Let's just do that. And yes, a faction created. Our uncle has created a faction because he wants to be on the throne, of course. Yeah, Crusader Kings never lacks for drama. So what are our options here? So our mother, who is actually also pregnant, I presume, obviously from our father. Let's actually try marrying you two off, just because there are some good genetic traits in there. Low control, not endorsed by our bishop. Sailors, have I tried out hybridizing cultures? Yes, I have. Not in this game because I haven't been able to go through and actually take over enough land of a different culture to do so. But if I actually go through, and this is a game that I've been playing on my own, so outside of the stream, but I have managed to create a hybrid culture here. So this start in 867, you start down here in Montague, I think it's pronounced, and you have the Kingdom of Brittany to your north, which you can easily take over, which I obviously did. Promoted cultural acceptance, and I created a hybrid culture here from Norse and Breton. So we have pretty much about 50-50 Norse and Breton influence on this one. So we kept coastal warriors and performative honour from the Norse section, and then chanson de guest, storytellers and dexterous fishermen from the Breton culture, Breton heritage, Norse language, both aesthetics. And of course we can also reform it if we so want, and add a few different options here. So yes, not in the main game that I'm streaming at the moment, but I have been doing it, so I have had an opportunity to test it all out. And I am hoping that somewhere we'll actually be able to get land from the English and start hybridizing there. That is a plan. So yes, so the last day, my marshal hands me my favourite sword. Again, I must remind you, We are a 1-year-old, so you should carry this for your own sake. So it will unnerve the guests. We will gain 10 court grandeur, add a few more patrols in, we will spend it. Or we can pack the castle with guards, in which case we have a 0% chance of a good outcome. So we'll add in a few more patrols for luck. Just because I think that may be a sign that something may be a little off. So yes, indeed, I have tried hybridizing cultures, and that is one of our game plans for this. Okay, and that is a victory there. That's given us another 20%. And honestly, how far away are we from Casus Belli? 18 years. So roughly just after when we come of age, we'll be able to hopefully start eating away at some of the territory that Mercia owns. And of course, seeing as we have an alliance with Wessex, their military strength is superior to ours, so fingers crossed we'll be able to call them into wars and then maybe vassalize them. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, I thought that was a sign of something happening. So our uncle approaches my throne. You have no right to languish upon that. I would rather die than see you make one more false decree from it. He pulls out a concealed hammer and bolts forth. This brash madness is quickly ended as my knights swiftly encircle him. As the guards grab him, I realise he is furiously trying to push the blade into his own heart rather than be caught. Oh, so we can say, restrain him, he cannot become a martyr for distance. So we imprison him. We can just say to let him do it. You deserve a worse fate than to die here. We blind him and imprison him. Or we could exile him, so we receive all of his titles and vassals. Sailor's silly teenage brashness. Yes, it does very much seem like it, doesn't it? It's like we had our father die at age 18, deciding that he wanted to duel a random person who had been kind of strong-armed into wars. Then our uncle and his brother now is trying to kill himself for it. Oh. Oh goodness, this is yeah, very chaotic. It's just a good thing that we do indeed have a decent dynasty tree that we can actually keep people around for. Okay, so let's do the option to restrain him. So he is now in our prison, and that means also that that faction to put him on the throne has basically been disbanded, that's the word. And admittedly, the reason that I've imprisoned him is that maybe we could actually try and rehabilitate him is the wrong word, but we could potentially put him... He should be under house arrest at the moment. We could obviously ransom him out and get a bit of money if we so wanted to. Or we could build up our strengths, let him out, have an option where obviously he does indeed get married and has a couple of children which will be cousins for us for our dynasty with some hopefully good genetic traits. And then the rest of it we will just honestly have to wait and see. Oh, has that tooltip actually been there all the time and I've just never noticed it? It actually tells you how far along in their pregnancy they are. I am going to be so... This look like... it's going to be so foolish if it's always been like that. So I've always looked over and kind of wondered how far along they are. So mother has been given birth to a son. So our brother once again has the comely trait once again. So honestly, in terms of just being able to... traits inheritable, thank you. Ooh, there's a 6-year-old with an Amazonian. Yes please. Yes please, let's get that in the family tree as well. So with 2 brothers, the inheritance on this branch of the family seems to be pretty secure. And hopefully when we actually manage to siege down a couple more places... Come on, we're almost there. 12 days. Okay. Silas, my friend decided to do a wide dynastic family instead of tall, so you see Irish nobles in Iberia and Scottish kings claiming Ireland or vice versa. Yeah, that is what I'm planning on doing in a generation or two, where we can actually manage to get people married off to various not courtiers, but people in other lands. It's just at the moment, because we started off as such a small dynasty family, that I am trying to kind of just reinforce it. Ooh, so our dynasty banner has become masterwork. Obviously because we have become more known. There we go. 100% war score. Enforced demands. So they've lost their house claim on the banner. Leaves 97 gold to us. And disband. And then let's just see our prison. So how much can we ransom these people for? So 50 gold, 50 gold, 25 gold. Oh yes, of course we want to keep our brother in the prison. So let's ransom these 2 out. What is... Ooh. Okay, so you have the leper trait rather unfortunately. I think we will take pity on you and release you. And then I think we will also... You are part of our... Yes, you are part of our dynasty family. We will release you, gaining a weak hook. And obviously our brother. Let me just see... The dynasty head has changed. And we are losing a bit of money per month because we are reinforcing our men-at-arms regiments. Because we actually have the option now, I will create an onager, and hopefully when those finish reinforcing we should be back up to making money a month. Maybe. Yep. Oh, a snake at court. Oh dear. Characters close to Aylwood. You dislike fornication. Oh dear. Whoop. That is not necessarily a good thing. And we are still not old enough yet to have any kind of guidance towards our education. We still have the sickly trait. Salus, do I know the lore of the Welsh dragon on the flag? Very vaguely, because I know there was one of the Catholic saints killed a dragon, but if it is something completely different to that, then no, I do not know the full lore of it. A cousin has been born with no real notable genetic traits. We are losing money once again, so court amenities and court positions. Okay, so our domain is basically completely shattered. Yeah. Basically because of all of this, so let's actually see what can we do to increase that. So 0.3 gold a month. 0.2, we'll do farms and fields. So that unfortunately will take 5 years. Ah, here we go. So we gain the trait Rowdy, which is, I believe, the martial education trait. Yes. So we've got that one, and as we are also playing as a child, we get to intervene a bit more in what we actually learn. How much of that is going to really affect us, I'm not sure. Because obviously we are a child and we have like 14 years before we can do anything too major. Ah ha ha! We've lost Sickly, yes! Yeah. There we go. Salus, unfortunately, whatever the first part of your message was has been censored. So actually, let me have a look. So the Dragon Slayer. Yes, St. George. Which is a bit silly because I should remember him because he is the patron saint of England. I should remember him. Yes, I really should remember him. Okay. Yeah, very English saint, yes. So someone is planning to kill one of our knights. And honestly, seeing as we are such a young person, I'm going to put us up to speed 5. And just honestly see anything that happens. So we have an event for court. Yeah, so I'll just say to give them training swords. And yes, I definitely think that this game is a little bit buggy. It kind of doesn't expect a child to necessarily have a place on the throne. Because we are nowhere to be seen, technically speaking. Okay, and wounded from that battle, unfortunately nothing can be done. Did you actually happen to pass on that good genetic trait to anyone? Not really. So apparently the red dragon is supposed to be Wales and the white dragon England. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the truth because, yeah, even if you have a vague understanding of history, England has been not very nice to other countries. Yeah, sorry, Salus. There is a moderation thing for caps lock things. Okay, so our half-brother gains the trait Pensive, which is a learning focus. And a scheme at court. So like I said, nothing too much going on. No, you can stay in prison. You're actually gradually starting to like us. Probably because the short reign penalty is starting to tick down. And also the in prison effect. Jazzy, gotta head out. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for popping in and chatting. Hope you have a good remainder of the day. We'll be around for about another 2 hours. So I don't know if we'll still be streaming when you get back. But if not, have a good rest of your weekend. Ooh, and we have an inspiration. So she wants to make a cabinet. Sponsor the inspiration. Why can we actually not do that? Sailors, me being timed out reactivated the CC. That's interesting. So why can we actually not sponsor that? It's not telling us. Maybe because we're a child, but it would be nice to see anyway. Like, nice to see and nice to know. And, okay, yeah, another one who has no real decent genetic traits, unfortunately. So we may actually start marrying those people off just to random people in the dynasty. Oh no. Oh no, okay, we don't have a court position. 15 learning versus 9, yep. I don't care that it costs 50 gold for him. Do no more than what is necessary because we just have the generic ill trait. Oh dear, go away, I want to rest. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Sailors has already started putting an F in the chat, yeah. Yep, that will be very unfortunate. Though admittedly, if we do die, it will go to our brother who has the robust trait and is betrothed to someone with the quick trait. And we do also still have the option to actually have concubines. The Pope has not come onto us and yelled at us and asked to stop that. And thank goodness. Okay, so this was more like a generic cold than anything major. And you want to claim the throne of Wales. So how much military strength do you have? Similar to ours. Okay, yeah, 130% power compared to us. What religion is your king? We are Catholic, but because of some changes that the Royal Court DLC made, we are actually allowed to have concubines. So we can only have one spouse, but we can have 3 concubines. So the Welsh, Irish get polygamy as an option. Gaelic, no. And the Pictish, so the Welsh and Pictish get the option to have concubines. The Irish get the option to be polygamists. Cumbrians also get the option to be concubines. So yeah, there is some interesting stuff for the 867 start in the British Isles, where you can be Catholic but actually still have concubines. So there is another thing that requires our attention. So according to Archbishop Pedir, a dark being inhabits her body. The frequency and intensity of these episodes is causing increasing alarm. So yes, she does have the possessed trait. So Grestan reassures me that she has never been dangerous per se. So exercise the demon, in which case we have a 16% chance of success. Herbal concoction or don't bother me. Let's try a herbal concoction. I'm not sure if that's actually going to do anything, but it's probably the most balanced option of them all. And of course, one of the other things that is hurting our economy is that we are constantly being raided by Vikings. We will not be threatened. So time to call in our allies again. Call you into war and call you into war. And let's... Okay, we can't raise our troops there, unfortunately, because that is technically an enemy territory. So we'll raise them here. And there we go. So hopefully Wessex should be coming along fairly soon. There they are. So we have almost 3,000 troops here. There we go. So chances are even. It says that easy victory. So once again, we'll naturally come into here, start sieging everything down. And the speed down a little bit because... Oh yes, we do have the onagers as well, don't we? How many siege weapons do we actually have? 30. That is nice to see. That is nice to see. So I think at this rate, by the time our ruler turns 16, we are going to have imprisoned quite a lot of our vassals and everything. There we go. And all the way up here. What marriage type do I think is best? Sailors. Personally, concubine should be best. Yes, I honestly think if you are going to be going for a multi-spouse option, I definitely think that having concubines is by far the best, because as you say, you can actually also have the option to take and put aside concubines when you want. I was actually saying about this in the previous stream to a couple of people that were commenting about the use of concubines. Because you obviously have a main spouse, you can find someone who has ridiculously high stats or a special benefit, like we did with our father. We married him to his half niece because obviously she has the robust trait and he had the handsome trait, but then I also had him pick up a concubine just to check or get basically some genetic variation in there. So even if the children from the main marriage ended up a little bit inbred or with bad genetic traits, we could have always had the option to disinherit them and allow the children of the concubine to be the heir in their place. And then of course there's always the option where you basically have a concubine, keep having children until you have like one son if you are still in Gavelkind or other successions, and then when you get that one child you want, raise them properly, put your concubine aside, and you don't have to worry about having any other children to upset the inheritance laws and split the realm apart. Yes. So yes, I very much, concubines are very much my favourite multi-option thing for it all. So I don't quite know why this was saying that, or only displaying our troops here, but we should be able to drag this out a little bit and hopefully we should be able to win this, but if not, we should be able to get enough people around to do a white piece at the very least. Oh, I didn't realise that. Okay, we actually had this person. Or did we already have that territory and I just completely forgot about it? It's probably the latter, actually. It's probably the latter. So I think what we will do is we'll come back here and de-siege it. Oh, I was going to say, because also that may give us a bit of an advantage in the battle, but we are still fighting that anyway. So one of the slight examples where lower numbers can actually still be good if you have a higher quality. Okay, so we took someone hostage. So his son and heir, so that has probably given us, 50% war score from holding an important person hostage. There was about one instance when I was actually playing Crusader Kings 2 and actually playing in England, where I had about 8,000 troops to the King of England's 10,000, but I managed to bait him into attacking me across a river crossing, and then also, can we not? Okay, I've been putting you in the wrong place. There we go, that's better. And they are coming in and trying to attack us. You can just about see that. So yeah, I managed to bait the King of England. Oh dear, we're going to lose this battle. Yep. Okay, we are losing this one. So I am going to be cheeky. I'm going to offer white peace before we actually lose the battle. There we go. The contested title remains with us. A title revocation reason is given on every rebelling vassal. Okay, so I'm just going to take a moment away from the computer just get up and stretch a little bit. We can actually see that we are indeed in debt. Probably because, yep, most of that is domain stuff. So we may actually want to consider revoking titles from our vassals and trying to get that territory back under our control. But I will be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, Silas, the reason I'm worried about dynasty members having many foreign allies is with gender equal Islamic Catalonia. Yeah. Every son, daughter, and dog in my realm start a world war to claim my throne. Yes. Yes, that can be an issue indeed. Yeah. So obviously when you have a situation where you obviously have gender equal inheritance laws there, then that can be an issue. I think honestly the best option there is to try and obviously keep your main section of the family tree as narrow as possible. So obviously do the little trick with the marriage and concubines. Marry someone who's got high stats but cannot have children. Grab a concubine and have a child, and then raise them up. And yeah, basically try and make sure that you kind of get to a point where like your second cousin can't actually claim the throne. Because let me have a look here at the moment. So we are here. So I don't think if we go over here, so this character just has a claim to a lordship, which is an implicit claim, so that can be passed down. And then we get over here to characters. So like this person owns one bit of land, which is another lordship. So 9 claims here, but these are all unpressed. So if this person doesn't claim or try to start a war to claim anything, then obviously all of those will be lost, and she can potentially go off and like say do whatever. And it's also great that kinslaying isn't shunned in Islamic law. Yes, I keep forgetting about that. There are some obviously cultures and religions in the game where you can really murder off your family members with no problem. Yes, I always forget about that because I always tend to be a bit focused on the kind of Western side of things. I have tried to get into playing more varied cultures. My first playthrough for Crusader Kings 3 on stream was in Ghana and trying to work or get used to that system. Okay, so I'll put that to the side for now because I'm trying to figure things out. So I want my Chancellor, who is very good at learning, but unfortunately I can't actually change my Archbishop. He does have 10 skill in Martial, so I'll put him down here. Actually, so I'll reassign you. Our Chancellor, yes, can then be this Duke. And our Steward kind of has to be, yeah, has to be you. And we have one person who is unfortunately annoyed. However, let's click on him and we can revoke. No, we can't revoke it from you. I thought we could. Oh well. I thought we did have a revoke option from you. So this was what I was hoping to put in place before our previous character died. So my mother occasionally inserts a word of Anglic here and there, and I find myself understanding the language better. So we can say I can speak just like Mama, but we do gain a critical amount of stress because we are rowdy. But I am wanting our characters to learn it. Okay, so I cannot concentrate. Maybe I could think if everyone could just be quiet, so we gain irritable. So diplomacy and martial down, and we are, yeah, trying to be a martial character, so that isn't amazing. So we will endure for the time being, and just keep our fingers crossed. So, who can we potentially revoke titles from? Okay. So the Duchy of Paris, which comes with 1 bit of territory. So I think we will indeed revoke. Oh no, because he won't actually, will not accept. Okay, that is annoying. And how about you? Revoke title. This duchy, yes, but he will not accept, so he will go to war against us. So maybe we'll actually just keep that in mind until we are 16, which is, oh my goodness, 8 years from now. So we actually have a bit more of a chance. But while I'm actually thinking about it, but that is an act of tyranny. He is also our heir. Okay, you know what? Hey, do this. Okay, we can't actually break. Okay, they are married. Yes, I was noticing that he has no kids. So I could just throw him in the dungeon, and if he just happens to die, oops, who's going to care? Because he is a lunatic and he is gout-ridden. So move to dungeon from house arrest. There we go. So that lowers his health and angers his close family. So that would actually get that territory back under our control, at least for 1 more generation. Rather unfortunately, we are male preference Confederate partition. We do have options to actually go for tanistry if we had the prestige, but because of the Confederate partition option, we don't actually have. So Confederate partition. Oh wait, we could actually go for that. So we could actually go for partition and wait, or am I? Ah, there we go. Okay, I was getting a bit too over-eager on that. I was expecting the option, like, does not have the hereditary rule to be up here. So yes, we need the hereditary rule or heraldry. So let me just go and have a look at those. That is over here. So hereditary rule and heritage. Oh, heraldry is here. So that is going to be quite a way away. So we still need 4 more tribal era innovations. But we are working towards Casus Belli again. 10 years. And cultural fascination. Are we not actually being exposed? Oh wait, there we go. Gavelkind. Okay, yeah, so Gavelkind and Casus Belli in about 10 and 18 years. We are back to being the dynasty head once more. Hey, a life in my hands. So my Archbishop Peter pulled me to the woods to play with a bow. Running off on my own, it did not take long before I came across a wounded doe trying to limp away from me. So what do we go for? Ambitious, sadistic, or paranoid? Sailors, funny thing about Tanistry, my friend who lost Ireland kept getting re-elected as both King of Ireland and Scotland every time Ireland won an independence war. Yeah, Tanistry can be quite amusing like that. Yeah, I do like playing as the, at least in Crusader Kings 2, I did enjoy playing as the cultures which had Tanistry election. Because unlike other elective things, it could never go out of your family dynasty, so you would always stay in power in some way. But yes, amusing situations like that could actually happen. So anyway, as I was saying, we can go for ambitious, which gives our +1 to all stats, but unfortunately also increases our stress gain. We could gain sadistic, which would allow us to use hostile schemes against our own children, but is also sinful to Catholics. Or we could gain paranoid, which our father had. Reduces our diplomacy by 1, but increases our intrigue. However, we gain a 100% stress gain, so basically any stress gain we get is doubled. So yes, we will go for ambitious, as I always find that to be a good trait for your ruler and heir. Hey! Okay, so those of you who were in the previous stream when we got a cat, we now have a puppy. And yes, despite the fact that we have an option to give it to this character, we will take it ourselves. This was, I admit I was hoping for this, that we would actually get a pet animal for us. Here we go, a puppy. So, and Shadow for this one. And we also should have an option. Where is it? Yep, there we go, to pet our dog. There we go. So we lose 10 stress. Not quite enough to get us below the first level of stress, but still decent enough. Okay, what was that? Just popped up. Gained a level of fame. Is interesting. And okay. So yeah, there are still a few kind of bugs and glitches with Crusader Kings 3 Royal Court. So we cannot employ this person as our executioner, but we are not told why. You do have the earldom of Staffordshire. Okay, that would be why we can't actually do anything, because he is not officially of our court, he is of someone else's. So yes, fine, we will let you go. And that looks like it was our last kind of main prisoner. And yet more stuff. So a peddler in a cloak with dozens of baubles and knickknacks sewn onto it rattles up to me. You strike me as a seasoned collector. She pulls out and opens a battered chest brimming with bones from every limb imaginable. I have sold some of the rarest saintly finger bones, even some foiled in gold. They are sold as singles, but I will grant a special price for a full set of 10. And I can say, so that is why so many peasants have 9 fingers nowadays. So what? Right. That is... yeah. Okay, so in Crusader Kings 2, when the inventory system was created, some of the things that you could obviously get were the fingerbone of a saint, but I believe that there were like hundreds and hundreds of them available in the like just in general circulation. Some artifacts you could find, they were one of a kind. Some of them there'd be like 5 around, but if you had one and then found another one in, say, a raid, that one would be marked as a copy and destroyed. So yeah, the implication on this one is that these are indeed not the finger bones of a saint, indeed, because that is yeah, selling as a set of 10, because she's been lopping off the fingers of peasants around the country. Like, work in this country is slowed as there has been a trend of finger disappearances. So development growth minus 20. Or we could say I want an entire forearm. So we could gain the finger bones of a saint artifact for 15 gold. And 9-fingered peasants happens anyway. So we gain 75 prestige. Well, prestige is fine. Yeah, we will pay for that artifact. And let's actually go and see it. So, finger bones of a saint. And this one has a little joke as well. Finger bones of a saint. All 11 of them. Yeah, so we can't reforge or repair it. And artifact details, honestly, it just has a history of us, like it just being given to us, and there's no claimants of it. So there we go. That is now activated, and that gives us 0.1 piety a month. Small, but still nice to see, at any rate. It's become a habit to walk Shadow, our dog, daily. And on we walk, so we gain walking dog for 10 years, which gives us a medium health boost. Yes, I'm just constantly checking back on where this is all going. So, Confederate Partition, Law and Casus Belli, 8 years. I've been wanting a wooden warrior for a long time, and my cousin Alwyn is promising me to get one in 3 months if I start being more rigorous with my studies. So we could gain Fickle or Trusting. I don't really like either of these, admittedly. So... okay, neither of those affect Martial, so I'll go for the top option for Fickle. Okay, this may be a bit of an issue, because if this goes the way the Crusader Kings 2 event goes, so we've got a kitten as well as a puppy. And I know in Crusader Kings 2 there was an event. Yes, Silas has said, oh no, I think you recognise the potential for this, don't you? So yeah, there is obviously an event chain where your cat and dog do not get along. And let me just say, there is an option for them to get along and be found sleeping together, but it is much more likely for one or the other to be injured or worse. So do we indeed say we want the cat, or do we give it to our courtier, who is mysteriously absent from this entire event? So a pet dog gives us +1 diplomacy and +1 prowess, and I believe a cat gives us intrigue. So okay, yeah, so pet cat +1 intrigue and +1 learning. Take a deep breath. Okay, so this is another black cat, so I will just do the default name, because yeah, this is a bit of a worry. And we can pet our cat to reduce a bit of stress. And there we go. So we now have a pet cat and a pet dog. And we will just have to see what happens now. Okay, so the council meeting. So we can either say that we bring our dog into court. So every councillor will lose 5 opinion of us. So, and there is obviously the option that our dog behaves and he's absolutely fine. Or an option where something bad happens. Or we could say a dog has no place in a council meeting. I tend to do this one, so actually let's just say that she will join me. Oh dear. Oh dear. So apparently our dog kind of needed to go outside and use the bathroom, but instead, yeah, she's caused a bit of a stink in the council chambers. So 75 prestige. Whoops. But yes, I'm very intrigued to see. Oh, okay, we do need another new court position. So who do we have? Absolutely no one of note. So we can do that. Okay, so we could potentially borrow gold from a holy order if they actually had enough. Equip the barrel, fill a random court position, send guests packing. Yeah, okay. There's nothing quite there that we want. And we do have just about enough money. Yes. Okay. Only 8 learning, but a level 3 physician. So we will indeed go for you. And one of our counsellors just died. So that's got to pass down to you. Does that mean that we've lost the option? No, we can still ransom those 2 ones. That is fine. And okay, skilled vassal wanting improved encouragement. We will indeed go for that. And here we go. Yeah, this is pretty much the same event as it was in Crusader Kings 2. So I'm crossing the courtyard when Might and Shadow enter from opposing sides. I have no time to react. They would at each other's throats in seconds. Tufts of black fur fly, and I can hear both of them growling again. So we can tell our dog off, tell our cat off, or I don't want to get caught in the middle. I'm sure they'll work it out. Okay, we'll say to the dog to stop. And oh yes, yes. Yes, I was expecting this. So unfortunately we lose our pet dog. Rather unfortunately, we do not have a pet dog anymore. Oh goodness, okay, what has happened here? Okay, so a betrothal. Yep, let's do that. And we are being raided, and we've got an empty council position. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll assign you. And how old are we? We are 13 years old. So we are slowly getting there. This means this should be 5 years. Yep. And this is 15 years. So once this comes through, yes, once this comes through, we can start taking land. Okay, a feast for the senses. Being at a feast is a flood of impressions. So we can gain greedy, which gives us -2 diplomacy, but gives us a bump to our monthly income, and also an increase in our monthly income per stress level. So that actually could be interesting and a reason to keep our stress level high. Or we could go for gregarious. So diplomacy +2, and a small increase in attraction, personal scheme power, and general opinion of gregarious characters is +10. Let's go for the actual increased tax, because that should, once we get a few things in, help us out. And mental break, nope, we will just, because we don't want the profligate. We could potentially get comfort eater, that could be an interesting one. Or nope, I'm just as good as the rest. And archbishop, so you could get a claim. Wait, okay, Wessex has taken over Cornwall. Okay, that there goes my idea of trying to take that over. But what duchies do we have in here? Okay, that is honestly just the Duchy of Mercia, right? So we are allied. Are we still allied to Wessex? Actually? Cornwall. No, we're not. Okay. And they are superior to us. Mercia basically has nothing. They've got an 8-year-old child on the throne, whose heir is obviously a 14-year-old sister. What does your dynasty tree look like? Rather small. Rather small. Let's see. Yes, so claim on the duchy will complete in 20 months. Yes. And if nothing else, we can potentially, hopefully, store that up. And basically all of our old councillors are starting to die off. Aye. Aye, all of our old councillors are starting to die off. Oh, and there we go. After yet another stressful day, I slump down on a chair in my chamber. Suddenly I hear a quiet meow, and my cat jumps up on my lap and starts purring. And friend with a random courtier. Oh, Anglo-Norse hybrid culture has been formed. That is once again another interesting thing to see. We can imprison him, but it looks like the other one that we could revoke the title from. Okay, that is contested in a war at the moment. So what war are you? Okay, so someone is trying to claim the duchy. Ooh. And my betrothed died in an accident. That is unfortunate to hear. So who can we potentially get ourselves betrothed to now? Let me have a look. So starting from the top, because we are 15 years old, so getting someone who is potentially a bit older could be of interest. We have a 22-year-old with the Amazonian trait, and that would give us a claim on Capua in Italy. Anyone else? I'm basically looking for a level 2 or level 3 trait, if we can necessarily get it. If not, we obviously do have an option to try and reinforce the beautiful trait like this. Alliance. Okay, let's go for... Oh, are you ill? Yes, you are. Okay, well, we'll pin you for the moment, and then I'll go through some of these other ones. So, person with the Herculean trait, I will pin you. And a 28-year-old with the intelligent trait. And let's just see what our invite to court things are. Just because these would potentially make some nice concubines if we could get them into our court. Okay, so we would need to actually marry her if we wanted to do so. But the other two would be somewhat amenable to the idea. If we could obviously get the acceptance up a little bit, which does require spending a bit of money. And yes, yes, yes. So we will betroth ourselves to you. Apparently we are related through our... So she is our great-grandfather's grandchild. So she would be our first cousin once removed, I think. Which would obviously make her daughter our first cousins twice removed. Genetically more similar to a second cousin than anything else. And yes, of course, yet another faction. Oh dear, there's two of them. Hmm. So you are contributing 50%. Now, is there anything... Okay, there is not anything that I can send you off to get you, directly killed. What is my option? You are not seeing this, people. You are not seeing this at all. Okay? Okay. And there we go. Okay, our cat is being good at killing. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. There we go. Yes, all of Mercia will be mine. We will lose 210 gold. However, we will lose 210 gold. However, we will be able to grab it. And, okay, I need to move all these things out of the way because I need to have a look. So we will gain all of Mercia. So we probably want to put you here because that belongs to Wessex. Yes. So then we will potentially be able to get that one. And Silas, it's all good as long as His Holiness the Pope doesn't object to your cousin marriage. Yes, I have actually had that, I think at least once with this, like the actual on-stream one. And I've had it, yeah, I've had my Gothi, I think that's pronounced, the Norse Asatru version of it in my off-screen game. So anyway, concern of a friend, which means we lose a bit of stress. But as we actually get a bit of extra money per level. So what is a little gold after all? Yes, I know we are spending gold. But because we basically have a claim for the Isle of Man. Who is that actually? Is that independent or... Yes, it is. Okay. Yes, within the year I shall act on your behalf. And here we go. We are an adult. We have a level 3 education. So there we go. We are now an adult. And I think our first... no, actually, because we are 300 gold in debt, aren't we? Yes. So our first act is going to get married. Our second act is to choose a lifestyle focus. So let me just have a look. Do we have any immediate ones? So stewardship. And yes, let's go for wealth focus, an additional 10%. Because I get the feeling that this character is going to be at least a little bit focused on getting that money. Especially seeing as our prestige is actually pretty good. Okay, we will not be threatened. Rally the troops once again. Raise all the troops here. And there we go. Aye, okay. Let me just have a quick check on the time. Okay, it's 20 past 4. So while we potentially look at 2... Okay, so how many troops do you have? 781. How many troops do you have? Okay, so we can basically... Okay, you are in Brittany. That is good. So we will call you to Prince Murfin's option. And you... Is it... Oh, you're a mercenary company. Okay. Wow. Wow, okay, so that... So somehow we have managed to get an alliance with a mercenary company, which basically means that all of, or pretty much all of their forces, wow, are mercenaries. And okay, so we'll call you into that war. Wow, okay. And 45 levies. Wow, okay. Silas, you know, strange women dispensing swords from her pond doesn't seem to be a good basis for government. Oh, yes, indeed. No, it does not seem to be a good basis for government at all. So anyway, as I was saying, we've just called a couple of allies into war. So we are fighting a two-pronged system. But once again, we should be able to at least draw this to a white piece, especially with our allies that we've dragged in. I need to go and do a few things, just in general. So I will set up our intermission. I indeed do have the right banner for it. That is the wrong thing. Let me just actually set this up properly. That is not the right thing either. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the items set up appropriately. Okay, yeah, so it is a browser thing. Yep. Browser source. Ah, there we go, right down the bottom. I couldn't quite see it. And see where that one is. And just one more thing while I get this set up. Just make sure it's all nice and pretty for people. Okay, so hopefully that should all be set up, at least decently enough anyway. So I'm going to set up an intermission for about 15 minutes, and then we will be back a bit later on. So take this as a good opportunity to obviously go and get some refreshments if you also need to. And I will see people back in about 15 minutes. Okay, I am back. That should be, microphone should be coming through, no problem. So yeah, I picked up myself about the only caffeine I actually drink, which is some cola and a bit of chocolate just to get me through the last bit of the stream. So let's unpause. And there we go. So we've just become the new head of culture. And okay, I was thinking, it's like, okay, is that someone else declaring war on me? No, thankfully that is just someone saying that of course we'll join you. So we will head down south. And there we go. So the what's the word? Not merchants. What is the word? Mercenaries. So let me see. So the marchers of Westconia. I wonder if they would actually be around. It doesn't look like it. Or at least not one with the same troop level that I can find. So just make sure that that gets unpaused as well. And zoom back out a bit because the noise of the siege can be a bit intense sometimes. And there is indeed another dangerous faction, so they are already at war. And then the Liberty faction, lower crown authority, which is moderately fine. Say this. Meanwhile, as a child, I'll chug half gallon of chocolate milk. Oh my god. Oh goodness. Yeah. Yeah. I do not know how people can just absolutely chug down their drinks. I just cannot manage it whatsoever. Oh goodness. Yeah, you may notice me doing a few weird expressions when I actually drink. But yeah, just making a comment on that. Oh goodness, okay, that's another faction that we need to deal with. And where are all of our allies' troops? Oh wait, there they are. Okay, I've just seen that that's majorly increased. Well, Roger's ability to make friends has proven invaluable. He's not quite as... Has our power just completely... I think our plot power on this one is just completely nosedived, yeah. Oh dear, scheme is exposed, minus 75%. Okay, you know what? I'm going to completely cancel that. Okay, and we don't have the option to do anything beyond that. Who can we take as a concubine? We have a choice of a cousin, or a cousin. So we'll obviously have to see if we can get any of these people to come and join our court. Minus 45, and she is also ill. Yeah, we'll have to improve people's opinions of us. That can only go up to plus 25, as I found on my test game. So we'll have to do other things to make our court more appealing. Okay, so one of our vassals' heirs has been captured in that battle. And they are obviously moving around trying to siege different places. And we are having an horribly difficult time here. Okay, my treasury is empty. My larder barren. Even the rats have been sold to pay for my expenses. You mean the rats your cat's been continually capturing? So how can I possibly get out of this situation? So stewardship lifestyle experience, stewardship challenge, 29% chance, overlook, find several overlooked debts and grab 50 gold. And yeah, stream element spot, very appropriate message to remember to stay hydrated. can give someone a weak hook on us, confiscate church property, lose 100 piety but gain 50 gold, or we can tighten your belt. Yeah, let's do that one. I know gaining stress is probably not what we necessarily want to do, but it does give us a boost to our income every level that we have. So let's go down here and siege Gwent. And we've got a prisoner taken siege, but apparently not important enough to... Okay, one of our vassals has been charmed by our little kitty, which is once again very cute to see. So yeah, I don't... For anyone that managed to miss that, we gained a pet dog, then we gained a pet cat, then the pet dog didn't get along, so we now only have a pet cat. I'm just hoping that this time our wife doesn't end up being allergic to the cat. Just considering it gave our last character a major stress break when we actually, yeah. Okay, so the Liberty faction, let me just go and have a look at that one. So wants lower crown authority, so basically from level 2 to level 1. No, we need that. I'm sorry. We've got a third war going on. Where are they? I have no idea. Ah, there they are. They're up there. So we should be able to go up there and just completely destroy them. Oh dear. Okay, that's a new alliance formed. So we'll wait for this siege to finish out. There we go. And then we will send this up here to fight them. Okay, we will lose decisively apparently. Okay, well if we wait there, we'd actually join in. And move you in. Okay, we are admittedly losing a couple of the wars. Oh goodness, I can't even really see where our territory is technically supposed to be. Ah, here we go. I've been waiting for this for yeah, pretty much about 70-ish years. So the Pope has finally come to us and said that you having concubines is not within the Catholic doctrine. So we can either say we must uphold it, so we gain a level of devotion, but we lose any marriage altering traditions that conflict with this, so basically we lose the concubine option. Or we can say the customs of my people are more important, so we spend 500 piety, which we don't have, and we lose 2 levels of devotion. So I think we're going to say we must hold Catholic doctrine, so we lose the option to have concubines, unfortunately. Earldom of Gloucestershire, no. So where have ours gone? So I'll actually call you to war for the opposite ones, because then we can hopefully focus on that Liberty War. That means they should be helping out with both of those. And then we can send you... Let's go up here and across to here. So we will probably lose, but we can see what potentially happens, especially seeing as our allies seem to be coming along with us. So they will be heading out through. Oh no, no. Ah, why do you keep on stealing our artifacts? So this does mean we now have the artifact claim Casus Belli. So that Liberty War should be... No, absolutely not. Nothing done whatsoever for that. So we are basically just running around trying to put out fires. Okay, let's actually take this logically. So the territory that is owned by the person we are at war here. So war for Prince Murphin's claim. So that is you. So that is that bit up there. It's also confusing because they've got such similar coats of arms. Okay, yes. So we need to go here and siege this down. And then we need to find... So you're coming into here. So we need to look at this strategically because we are at minus 50% with them. And we don't want that to continue. Decision to pet the cat. Nope, we don't want to because we don't actually want to lose stress. Okay, and you are going absolutely somewhere I do not know. We're getting 2 reinforcements. Actually, genuinely 2 people coming along to help us. Yeah, this is always one of the problems with having multiple wars going on at the same time. You kind of can lose track of where everything is going. So we have victory there. Betrothed can marry. Yes, I'm honestly just saying yes to all those because those should have been set up appropriately beforehand. Okay, so apparently the king of Wessex died and was replaced by a new one. I was just saying, I hope that my wife isn't allergic. Nope, I'm not giving my cat away. Why does that always seem to happen? Okay, so that has taken the war against that person down to minus 14%. So if we come along here and attack them. Actually, I really want to get this one done as soon as we possibly can. So let's try and go across there. Oh no, uh-oh, imprisoned. Ah. Oh, okay, there goes any plans of trying to win that war quickly. So we will instead come down here. So that means, yes, unfortunately, we, yeah, the war for lowered crown authority has been lost. Okay, so white peace for you. We will accept that. Because that obviously means that we have fewer people to war with. And we will come up here and start attacking. So, that didn't necessarily end up quite how I wanted it to. We can immediately ask limited crown authority back again. So, we can go right back to where we were. There's not too much trouble on that. So honestly, let's just continue sieging this up here. And we are finally back as the dynasty head. So this means, let's just see. So unfortunately my plan to obviously have a wife and then get a couple of concubines has slightly failed because the Pope came in and said that nope, they're not going to let us. Let's come over here and join that. Whoop. And siege that down a bit faster. And we are excommunicated. is one not good thing. Let me just say that. 100% enforced demands. Contested title remains with you. All rebelling vassals are imprisoned. There we go. Disband all. And let's just let a day or two tick by. Let's go here. Go back to limited crown authority because we can automatically do that. Then what we want to do is go to our prisoner thing. So you are the Duke of Paris. So what we want to do, revoke title, you will accept. So we will get that bit of land back. There we go. And can we? Yes, we can revoke the other title as well. There we go. So you basically do not have any claims whatsoever. So we could ransom you, unfortunately just for a weak hook. So what instead we will do is tell you, you are renouncing every single claim you have to anything in the Kingdom of Wales. You own nothing. You have no rights to anything. If you accept that, we will release you. There we go. So, you do not have any claims yourself. You are the daughter. You will not probably own anything. You basically do not have any money. Similarly here, you are a grandchild. You are worth 10 gold. We will ransom you. And for you, we will honestly just let you. So, what are we losing gold on? Okay, so you have a weak hook favour on me. That is fine. So we have actually now gained a couple of territories back. Unfortunately, quite a lot of them are going to be going to our children. Not our children, our siblings. However, we do have a tiny bit of options. Hufkins, get renowned nerd. Also, good morning from North America. Good morning to you, Hufkins. How have you been doing? Yeah, we've had quite a few people from the North United States here. A couple of them on the East Coast getting up fairly early at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Well, at least that's early for me anyway. So what we could do, so what, you are Lombard. So what was I going to do? Ah yes, so we can disinherit you, which I presume because he is not holding any land will only cost us 150 prestige and 75 renown. So disinherit, you do not own anything, and we will honestly just wait because we do not actually have a child. So let's just check. Anna Wood. Yes, okay, so our brother here, so the one who has the robust trait and is married to someone with the quick trait, is our main heir, and he is the only one who is going to inherit everything. How has my conquest of Britain been going? Very poorly. Very poorly. We do not have any more territory than we had when we ended the last stream, which sounds really bad, but honestly I have had so many people, like so many vassals, waging war against me that it is honestly a bit of a surprise that we actually still seem to have all of the territory that we do. Okay, and our mother is homesick, so we will import some Anglo-Saxon delicacies for her. So as I was saying, we need to kind of get our monthly income up a bit. So we are gaining 0.7, but unfortunately we are paying 1.9. And some of that is once again the men-at-arms regiments. So if we destroy a couple of them, then hopefully we can get a little bit back. So we'll do that, and court places, so we will revoke that. That gives us to minus 0.2. So then we'll come into court amenities and we will reduce all of that. So unfortunately our court is now absolutely terrible, but we are going to earn a tiny bit of money each month. So let's see. Oh, okay, my mouse is sliding all over the place. So we also do not have a steward. So thankfully there is someone here who wants to be on the council, and he has 22 skill. Chancellor, none of you are really any good, and you're not really good at anything else either. So unfortunately, yeah, we're going to have to put you there. So what can you do? So collect taxes, increase development. Yeah, so we're going to leave you at that and hope that we can start building up our things, because we do have the greedy trait, and that means that we actually get plus 10% extra tax for every level of stress we do. Do I have any plans to do silly stuff like converting to Norse? Not for the moment. My plans are basically just to keep trying to hack away at England and put them under our control. But who knows? When we start heading up north, we may like to have a look into, say, well, Jorvik or Lothian. We may start having a look into what they have of interest for us. And yeah, so with kids, in the last stream you remember that we got a pet cat? Well, we got that again, and we also got a pet dog, and they got on like cats and dogs do, and now we only have a cat. But anyway, our kitty is helping us get the treasury back in order by giving us 2 gold. We'll pass in. No worries about falling asleep. I should be glad that apparently my voice is a good one to fall asleep to. And also Taxman, plus 25%. Puffkins, the cat is the Shadow King. It definitely feels like it. This is a different cat to the one we had before, partly because the one we had before was a white furred cat and this is now a black furred cat. So I was going to actually have a look. So what is the command to do to split up this to actually see? There we go. Okay. Notable guest has arrived. Yeah, that would have been useful about 20 years ago. So this actually shows us which territories we own. So this belongs to us, but unfortunately... Okay, low county control. Okay, so if we manage to get the control up on these areas, we should start getting a bit more tax in, so we will go and do that. So increase control in county in 3 years, 11 years, and 11 years. And, oh, apparently also our capital has a loss of control as well. So yes, we need to have a look at that a lot. Very much so. Yeah, control of 1. So I think there is also one of these, which means that... Yeah, there is one of these, which means that you don't actually lose control when your territory is... when your territory is taken over. Or is that one actually in the military? That one may be in the military tree. I can't remember, but either way, we are trying to gather that money back up. We have basically locked out one of our younger brothers from the line of inheritance. So It is just our brother here who is going to inherit all of our titles at the moment. If we actually manage to have a son, we will probably disinherit him as well and just make sure that the line of succession stays pretty... So let's have a look. How much would it be to disinherit you? Just 150. That is fine. And our court grandeur is all going to be all over the place as well. And we are hoping for a claim on the duchy. And we have gained the trait ill once again. So because this is just the generic ill trait, I am just going to say do no more than is necessary. So reduced symptom disease reduced disease symptoms for a year. They will show you in, even though you're one of the ones that we absolutely, well, not absolutely despise, but hey, here we go to war again. Like, seriously, we cannot afford all of these wars. And apparently we can't actually ask for any of our people to come in and help either. We can't ask for any of our allies to come in. Oh, okay, apparently I was clicking on the rally point, not the soldiers. War, what is it good for? Annoying the hell out of me. So thankfully we are slightly better in terms of war than these people. Unfortunately they have got an absolute ton of troops absolutely everywhere. So we just have to honestly hope to say yes, I'm trying to do this one. Okay, unfortunately we have that event pop up. We are going to lose that battle. So will they actually take white peace? Nope. So minus 13. Okay, minting new coinage. So this was so we can mint silver coins to facilitate trade. Gives us +5 development growth. Mint coins imprinted with my own visage, so we gain 350 prestige. Or debase the coins. So 32% chance we save a fortune. So we gain the +5% development and 50 gold. Or a 2/3 chance that everyone learns how cheap the new coins are and we spend 150 prestige. Yeah, let's just mint coins with our visage. And hopefully we can get a few more troops together on this. And there we go, we lose the trait ill. So what we want to do is try and get a few more troops together. Oh dear. So our wife has just died. And he was killed during a siege. So we gained 22 stress. Which I know sounds really bad. But that means we now have 20% increase in our monthly income because we are level 2 stressed. So we shall just press on and pause because we want to find a new spouse. So who do we want to go for? A 4-year-old with the Amazonian trait is probably a bit young for us. Okay, so we have one person who has the quick trait, intelligent. I can never quite remember what it is in terms of obviously Crusader Kings 3 because there are 3 levels versus 2. Ooh. That is tempting. She's 36 years old, but she has the genius trait. 36, but she has the genius trait. She's 36. Oh, actually, can I marry you? Yes, I can. That will actually probably be better because you do have a good stewardship level as well. Yes, we will do that. And there we go. And let's go to our thing here and manage domain. So obviously that will be a option that we need to contend with in a bit. Okay, so we've got 250 more troops here, so we'll send them over. And hopefully that will help us out a bit more as well. So 446, let's merge them up together. And how many are there? 1,200. So if we were to head in, we would lose, it's saying. So what can we do? So unfortunately this is a war to basically lower the taxes. So if we are able to get a white peace, then the peasant faction is just disbanded. So if we surrender, unfortunately all rebellious counties will lose 75 control. So it is an unfortunate situation that we are in. Ooh, Leviathan! So we can get the harpoons, 25% chance we gain 100 gold. Let others handle it, just bring me the carcass to gain us 50 gold. Or, as much as I hate going against our character, we will go for another level of stress. So what is... no. Oh. Okay, retreat to there. And yep, okay, we are going to get slaughtered. Yep, okay, so we are going to have to surrender because there is nothing we are going to be able to do here. So be it. Okay. Bunch of people are being released from prison. And our steward has vacated his position. So let's go for you, and we want to, so 21 years, 15 months. Do we actually own this land? I don't think we do. No, we do not. Can we actually revoke the title from you? Yes, but you won't actually agree to it. So we could imprison you, but you will not be able to be imprisoned. Okay, we don't own that land either. So it's this one. 2, 3, and obviously that one up there. So this one will complete in 14. Okay, that's actually not one of ours. So let's honestly just do that one there and hope against hope that we manage to do something. Let's also find secrets in there. And what else can we do? So domestic affairs, so direct vassal opinion. Yeah, let's do domestic affairs just to get that rolling. Increase development, promote cultural acceptance, religious relations, or fabricate claim on a duchy. Yes, I think we will have to leave it at that for the moment. So we are slightly losing money, unfortunately. Once again. Oh, okay, this is an interesting event I've never seen before. So our cat has found a bit of parchment that our wife was writing on. And apparently she is a non-believer. So we will just say to think that she was hiding such things. And also what I was going to do. Okay, so we don't have nearly enough renown for the next dynasty legacy point. So we will just leave that for the moment. But yeah, so, oh, and we're in the positive once again, just about holding steady. Just about. Okay, what can we do? Order mass eviction. So 350 prestige. And you are still just going for the earldom. We cannot do that. Our mother was apparently ill. Okay. So 36 stress, 68% chance there. Yeah, let's do that one. 50 gold. Every tiny little bit will help us. And there we go. Oh, we'll do one more round of find secrets and just see what happens. And hopefully we can get a few things. And I will take this one off, the notify when this decision becomes available as well. So can I, actually, I've never considered this, can I go to the Pope directly and make declaration of repentance? Minus 23. No, he will not accept. Okay, and there is no way to ask for money either from the looks of it. So this has been, yeah. It's definitely been an interesting stream if it's not been successful. So we'll do cutting corners on this one. So we really don't want to remove any more of our unraised men-at-arms because that will just completely destroy any chance we have. Okay, so very well, you know best. We will send you actually over to here, and I will also send you over to here because we want our main capital to remain in control. We can hire a court position. We don't really have enough money for that. Can't imprison you, cannot imprison you. Will not accept a revoked title thing. And will not accept a revoked title either. So yes, unfortunately we are going to be in another bit of a holding pattern because things have just not been going our way, rather unfortunately. And okay, no secrets to be found there. Let's just have a look at those ones. Okay, roadside stall. Trying to convince me to buy one of the small cross carvings she has. Talk to her and see what I can learn about salesmanship. We'll do that option instead. And more factions, because of course there are. And court grandeur is at level 0. So this may actually be a time to have a look at our dynasty tree. Open dynasty tree and actually find some people that we have in our court who we can, you know, actually like marry off for potential alliances. Okay, apparently you're not in our court, so we're going to have to actually look at anyone who is okay, so you are married anyway. Our cousin, so we could actually find him, reset, and let's look for alliance power. The daughter of the king of that is not okay. Now it's finished loading. Okay, so that's the kingdom, a Spanish kingdom. Yes, that could work. That indeed could work. You are of approximately the same age. Okay, so can we... Okay, no, apparently not close enough ties to get an alliance with you, but nevertheless, it will always be nice just to get someone else on board, hopefully. Okay, and another cousin who does have a wife. Yeah, this is... Okay, no, I'm going to take you off that task. Just to improve religious relations, because I think we're going to need that. Okay. Something going on in the shadows. Okay, we will continue on that one then. Let's just see. We found Casaspelli, finally. Okay, and let's pay money to get a bit more stress and get a cool artifact. Full independence. Okay. Raise all troops. And let's just make sure we have a good commander. Well, commanding, basically. Let's go for you. And into here. So apparently we will lose decisively. So maybe we'll actually go into... Oh no. Okay, so my aunt has got smallpox. And she also has cancer. And she also has one eye. Oh. And for court position. Okay, so we have a new fascination. City planning. Barracks, that will be in about 51 years. City planning will be in about 51 years. Let's go for barracks, actually. As our fascination. We should be getting Gavelkind in about 4 years. Okay, so the Liberty faction, so a lower crown authority, so fine, I guess we'll have no choice. Just so we don't have to fight that war again. 20 or 10, yes. We'll go for you. And another faction. Faction to install this person. They say, okay, how easy is it going to be to kill you? Not very. Yeah, this is going to have been a huge mistake, isn't it? This is going to have been a huge mistake. Oh, okay. So apparently our brother has been slain in that battle. That means our new heir is someone very distant to us. So apparently we can't even get him married. He does have the robust trait, but he is also possessed. And that could be fun for a certain level of fun. And our steward has gone missing yet again. We have lost that war, but we are actually gaining a bit of money. Okay, so what will happen if we surrender? So the... Oh, okay, yeah. That's technically part of England anyway, so you are just going to be completely swarmed by England. So, or Mercia anyway. And finally we are safe from smallpox. Yes, you are going... Honestly, you are going to be swarmed by Mercia before too long. I'm not worried about that. Let's have a look at our control here. And... So you are too discontent. Or too weak to send an ultimatum, rather. So we do not... Well, we cannot obviously revoke the title. Cannot imprison him. Let's see. I'm pretty sure there's been an option for crimes against fashion, so they've got 5. Yeah, I wonder what that will actually happen. Okay, just a prestige thing. Right, so that's not anything overly important from the looks of it. So what can we... So we can demand our artifact back, which apparently they have all fluttered to the four winds. There we go, so we've got that artifact back. And... okay, we can't actually murder you for or try to murder you for another 2 years. That is unfortunate. So we could grant a pardon to him. I don't think we'd really want to do that. So how are we doing on our money? Not amazingly. But let's actually have a look at what else we have. So we can equip that fine spear. So prowess +1 and enemy fatal casualties +2. Just as a tiny bit. And we can put this up. So we do still have one missing artifact, which I'm not sure where that is. Oh, okay, so we don't actually have any claims. And we also don't have an antiquarian either, but we have someone who needs our attention in court. Okay, proclaiming something to my wife. Yeah, let's just say let that continue, because honestly he has the hail trait, so even if he manages, or even if my wife has a child by him, if we don't know, if the kid still has a decent genetic trait, I'm willing to let it slide. However, unfortunately we have all of these people, so we want to see. So we've got a truce with you, so what we really want to do is try and see if we can get any kind. Oh no. Any kind of, nope, no one. Yeah, unfortunately we've kind of gone from an issue where we had a fair amount of living dynasty members that we could marry off to a fair few. Yes. A very slight issue. This has definitely not gone how we were wanting it to go, which has pretty much been the theme for the entirety of the stream. So when can you send your ultimatums? In 1 month and 6 months. So the thing is, you have been disinherited. You cannot inherit title from any dynasty member. Okay, I will not be blackmailed, and let's honestly just hope that we can get some troops up before they try anything. 87 troops. Nope. No. We're not even going to be able to fight them to a white peace, so we're going to have to automatically surrender. So what territory do we own? Do we still own all of those titles? We do indeed. So we are now a mere duke. So we can petition our liege to pay off debt. Our liege cannot afford to pay it off. So yes, we are now looking at the options to actually petition our liege. So we are now on the receiving end of basically what we were doing earlier. The Great Dynastic Filter is what I missed. How you lost so many members. Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. I think honestly they probably just lost or left the court. So anyway, we do actually have... So we do still have the north of Wales. We just have lost the kingdom title of it. But it will be interesting to see what will happen, because this is going down an interesting path. And of course, he does not have a great genetic trait either. So we will have to see, but hopefully this will enable us to kind of recover. And maybe we can actually let our liege deal with most things. We obviously still have the option. We should still have the claim. Yes, we have a claim against the Kingdom of Wales, so we can put ourselves back on the throne. And we also have a claim on the petty Kingdom of Mercia. So if we wanted to, we could try and go to war against him. And let's actually see. So anything can we do? No. So I was going to see if we could actually get some kind of alliance with them. It doesn't look like it. Let's have a look at Meath. Okay, so married, you do have a child, although you're sickly. And I did notice something very interesting. Apparently, this person has put one of his children as the court jester. What mods are you using? No mods whatsoever. This is all just the default game as it is. If you have the expansion pass with all of the things. So we've got obviously the base game, Royal Court, the Northern Lords, so a bit of the options for Vikings, and we have a bit of like there's a flavor pack which gives some people some new clothes and everything. I can't actually remember what the name of that is, but yeah, this is all just base game as it is. So petition liege and pay homage. So we can just demonstrate submission. So hail the king. Yes, the Absid fashion pack, thank you. I knew it was something, I just couldn't remember what the name of it was. So we are unfortunately 397 in debt. But obviously all of these factions are now going to go away. You are the best candidate, so we are now the steward. And look at that, my goodness, plus 2.8 gold. Simply because we are managing the domain. So unfortunately it's going to take us a while to get out of debt. It is going to take us a while, especially seeing as apparently the king has just spent a bunch of gold on something. But I think we will leave it there. Crusader Kings is not a linear progression at all. So sometimes I will say a setback, it can just be an opportunity to try things from a different angle. As I said, we do have a claim on Mercia. We would need to build up our troops in order to take them on, but we are secured as a vassal of a liege. So any of the unfortunate factions that will pop up will instead, you know, go across to him rather than us. And we can obviously create an independence faction with us. We can potentially add members. We can create a liberty faction to lower the crown authority, or we could create a claimant faction and put ourselves back up on the throne, potentially. So we could put ourselves up for the Kingdom of Wales. Unfortunately, there is only really one other vassal, so we don't really have the power to do that yet, but we will have to see. One could say instead of going up, we went sideways. Yeah, we did do that. So this could be just all the trials and tribulations of things. But I think this is probably a good place to finish for today. And it allows me an opportunity to have a look at things and figure out where we are going to go next. Obviously build back up our domain, increase control back on our territory. We need a new chancellor. Let me just put that in. So we have let me just see. So that will be 18 years, 23 months. Actually, it's probably better if I put you here. Yep, increase control in county, because that will only take 2 years. And it means that we will start getting a bit more tax. Yep, so total tax is plus 0.9, but reduced by 36% due to low county control. So hopefully we will be able to get that back up and running without too much trouble for next time. So let me just click on over. Oh, okay, so the schedule thing, I have still got my face in the way. Let me just move that out. Okay, yeah, I thought I saw something behind my head, but no, that was just an artifact. So yes, we will be wrapping up there, and I will be taking some time to figure out what our next steps are going to be for the next stream. And yeah, I think honestly I have confirmed that Tuesday, Thursdays and Saturday streams do work the best for me. And so Tuesday at 6 PM GMT will be once again bringing up Crusader Kings 3 and continuing along with this playthrough. So yeah, so thank you to everyone who's popped in to watch this. Thanks everyone who's been chatting and talking as well. So this was also the demonstration of the new format for the stream. So if you have any feedback for that, I'll keep this stream open for a few minutes just for any kind of suggestions, improvements, or if people just generally whether you liked it or not. So if you have any feedback on that, feel free to just quickly pop it in. Else, we will be wrapping up and I will be seeing people again on Tuesday. So I do have my social information stuff in my profile. We have a Discord, and pretty much I always tag people in the Discord when I am going live, and also I put up a notification on Twitter just in case. Otherwise, pretty much the most up-to-date information is on my profile, my stream Twitch profile, and if any stream gets cancelled beforehand, just check on there and it will be probably the first place that gets updated. Pass in, thank you for the stream, take care, see you next time. Yeah, you take care as well, and hopefully by the time we chat again on Tuesday you'll be hopefully healthy and symptom free again. So if there are no comments about the stream formatting, I will take that as it has been perfectly acceptable. And yeah, so I will say goodbye for now. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the week. And actually, I was just about to think before I go, actually, I will just have a quick look at someone who we can potentially go and raid. Let me just see if I can find someone that looks interesting. I'll just mute the desktop audio just to see a few things. And is there anyone that has anything that looks potentially interesting? So we're going to be going to raid another VTuber and give about a bit of viewership to them. So let me just see. Let me just check out a couple of people. Okay, I think we have someone here. They've got a fair number of followers, but only a couple of people are viewing their stream. So let's have a look. Raid. And let's see if that works. There we go. Okay, so we are heading in to raid this person. So I will see everyone hopefully on Tuesday. Thank you very much for watching and goodbye for now.